Good evening. I will now call the Budget Committee meeting to order and request a roll call. Claudia?
Councillor Cunningham?
Here.
Committee Member Bolden?
Present.
Councillor Tukolsky?
Present.
Committee Member Ernst?
Present.
Councillor Payne?
Here.
Committee Member Watney?
Present. Present.
Councillor Chenoweth?
I'm here.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Here.
Councillor Geary?
Good evening.
Committee Member Maxfield?
Here.
Council President Peralta?
Here.
Committee Member Mason and Frost are absent this evening, and Mayor Morris.
Here. Thank you, Claudia. Next, we'll have election of the Urban Renewal Budget Committee chairperson. Do I have any motions? Or any nominations, excuse me?
Mayor, I would nominate Meredith Maxfield.
So I have a nomination for Meredith Maxfield.
Second.
And a second. Any other nominations? Okay, I'll now conduct a roll call and vote for the Urban Renewal Agency Committee for the election of the chair.
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Councillor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Councillor Tukolsky?
Nay.
Committee Member Watney?
Yes.
Councillor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Councillor Chenoweth?
Nay.
Committee Member Maxfield?
I'll abstain.
Councillor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Aye.
And Mayor Morris.
Aye.
And committee, or Chair Maxfield has voted by 9 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 abstain.
Thank you, Claudia. Now I'll pass it over to our new Budget Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Morris. Welcome, everyone. Does any committee member need to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest or recuse themselves? Hearing none, I will call on Jeff Towery, the city manager, to present.
Would you like to take action on the draft minutes that are also on the agenda?
Sure. They are not in the script.
Oh. For the record, they're the draft minutes of the May 22nd, 2024 Urban Renewal Agency Budget Committee meeting.
So, are there? Oh, thank you. Yes. Can I ask for a motion to approve the draft minutes for the May 22nd, 2024 Urban Renewal Agency Budget Committee meeting?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So it was, sorry, I missed it. It was Committee Member Harmon Ferry who moved and Councillor Payne who seconded. Claudia, can you conduct a roll call?
Committee Member Bolden?
Abstain.
Councillor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Councillor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Councillor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry,
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth,
Aye.
Counselor Geary,
Aye.
Council President Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Morris,
Aye.
and Chair Maxfield.
Aye.
The May 22nd, 2024 UR Budget Committee meeting passed by a vote of 11 ayes and 1 abstain.
Thank you. Sorry I missed that on the agenda. Now, I would like to turn the time over to Jeff Towery, the city manager, to present.
Thank you. I'm happy to present to you the proposed Urban Renewal Agency budget for 25-26 through a presentation by Director Richards, who will take it from here.
Good evening, Chair Maxfield and committee members. In your role as the Urban Renewal Agency Budget Committee, I wanted to share with you the overall remarks for the budget in front of you for this evening. Can you make me a panelist and let me share? My name, for the record, is Heather Richards. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of McMinnville and service staff for the Urban Renewal Agency. The budget that's in front of you comes to you as a recommendation from the McMinnville Urban Renewal Advisory Committee. They've been appointed by the Urban Renewal Board, which is the City Council acting in their role as the Urban Renewal Board for the Urban Renewal Agency. This committee's been appointed by them to advise the Urban Renewal Board on how to implement the Urban Renewal Plan. I'm sorry, it takes a while to get set up in the webinar. So just wanted to visit a little bit about what urban renewal is. For those who don't know, it's different than the city itself. It's considered a separate agency altogether, and its fiscal management is separate from the city's fiscal management as well. There's been some confusion in the community about the urban renewal projects versus the city projects, and what funds urban renewal projects and what can fund city projects. They are two separate agencies that operate with different funding sources, and the funds from the Urban Renewal Agency cannot come in and backfill needs with the city. The purpose of urban renewal is that it's to improve specific areas of a city that are poorly developed or underdeveloped. So that typically means where you have older or deteriorated buildings, and in our particular district, which is the Northeast Gateway area as well as the downtown, 56% of the Northeast Gateway area properties are considered low improvement value. It's also where you typically have streets and utilities in poor condition. So if you think about Alpine Avenue and the gravel streets that are in the Northeast Gateway District, as well as 3rd Street and the conditions of the sidewalks in the downtown area, that puts it into this sort of blighted state that meets the criteria for urban renewal. And it's also, you can use it in places where there's a lack of parking to support business vitality. It allows for the use of tax increment financing to fund projects which will stimulate redevelopment, business investment, and economic vitality. And what that means is tax increment financing is the increment of taxes that are created in the urban renewal area after the urban renewal area has been established. So all taxes that were being paid at the time that the urban renewal area was established continue to go to the overlapping taxing districts, including the city of McMinnville, and then any additional taxes generated in that area after the area was established goes to the Urban Renewal Agency. It goes to the Urban Renewal Agency to pay for projects to sort of generate that redevelopment and revitalize that area. That incremental revenue is used to repay borrowed funds. So the whole intention of urban renewal is to actually borrow money from your potential future urban renewal agency tax increment financing, invest in projects that are going to stimulate investment in that area sooner rather than later. And that increases the tax base, increases business vitality, and then creates the funds to pay back what you borrowed. So the funds borrowed are used to pay for urban renewal projects, and the projects are chosen based on a plan with direct and indirect return to the district. This is all governed by an adopted urban renewal plan and urban renewal report, which was adopted by the city in 2013. It's also governed by Oregon Revised Statute 457. And as I said, they are separate agencies, so urban renewal funds cannot be used for city general fund needs. This is a map of the urban renewal area, which shows the Northeast Gateway area and the downtown area. And then the urban renewal plan has a list of projects. This is how we can fund, this is where we can invest the funds. We call it the Baker's Dozen. It's 13 projects. And when the plan was adopted, it was each project was assigned a numerical value in terms of how much it would cost at that time, 2013, to build the project. There is an escalation adopted into the plan, and then it has a time frame as to when we anticipated actually implementing those projects. And so MIRAC, the advisory committee, has been working through this plan and putting these projects together and moving them forward. They do it through a 5-year strategic plan, so they look at where does it make the most sense to invest the resources that will create that business vitality and tax base to continue to revitalize that area. So there's been a 5-year strategic plan. It's been focused on what I would say 4 or 5 lead projects in the plan to get those implemented first to continue to generate that tax base to pay for future projects. The 5 projects that it has been implementing is we've been in discussion about downtown plan. You'll see that in the budget tonight. There is a development assistance program that is where there is direct assistance to private investment projects to help provide stopgap funding so that they can build in the area. So those are provided in both loans and grants. Public parking has been a project that we have been looking at and investing in. A 3rd Street Improvement Project, which you are aware of, and then the Northwest Rubber Site is a recent project, and housing development is also a discussion and project that the MIRAC committee has been working on. So every year in January, they look at the plan, they look at their 5-year strategic plan, and then they talk about what the resources are and what's the ability to fund projects and come up with a recommendation for the budget committee to review and evaluate. What this chart shows is that several of the projects we put in the funding, the authority to expense the funds on the project if the project's ready to proceed in that fiscal year, so it's more opportunity related, and sometimes that project's not ready to proceed and it moves to the next year. But if we don't have the authority to expend the funds, we're not able to move that project forward. Since this is a separate agency, the funds stay with the agency, so those funds, if they're not expended, will roll into the next year's budget. So in terms of revenue for the Urban Renewal Agency, there's several different types of revenue, and you'll see that in your budget. There's property taxes, so and we get the forecast for property taxes from the tax assessor. The property taxes forecasted for the fiscal year 25-26 budget is $690,000. What's interesting about that is it's actually down $21,000 from the previous year, and that's due to the county purchase of the OMI building and the city purchase of the Northwest Rubber Site. So that took those 2 large properties off of the tax base. The other source of revenue is delinquent taxes collected, so that's also an estimate that we get from the tax assessor, and that's estimated at $10,000. And you'll find that in Fund 59. So you'll notice in the Urban Renewal budget, there's 2 funds. Fund 58, which we call the Urban Renewal Fund, that's where we fund projects out of. And then Fund 59 is a debt service fund, so that's where the property taxes come in, and that's where we're paying off any sort of bonded debt that we have. We also transfer money from that to Fund 58 to pay for future projects. Our property assistance program has been set up as a loan program for larger projects, and it has a repayment plan, so it's operating as a revolving loan fund, so there are repayments back on that. So you see that as a resource as well. That resource is in Fund 58 because that's where that project sits. And based on our contracts that we have out there, we expect to generate about $14,914 from that. We have over the years generated about $200,000 in loan repayments through that program. And it comes back into the property assistance program and can go back out to assist other projects in the area.
Can I ask, process-wise, is it okay to ask a question before we move on to the next slide, or do I need to wait till the end?
My understanding is she's going to present, and then we're going to have public testimony, and then we're going to have Q&A. Is that, or is that?
We have
how we're-
staff Q&A. That needs to wait till after.
I don't know. We had requests to have the public testimony first. Do you want to reorder? Okay, we can reorder. Are you okay with questions right now? Okay, sure.
So 2 quick questions, both on the same basic thought process. The OMI building, the Yamhill County properties that are going up for sale, I'm still not clear. When it comes time for those being purchased, will they go onto the tax base for everybody based on assessed values of what those properties would have been had the county not owned them before? Or are they going to stay at zero for all of us, and all of the revenue from the tax is going to go to the URA?
That's a great question, and we actually received that question as well from the News Register. We do not have the answer for that yet. What we want to do is either bring the tax assessor in to have a work session with the city council to go through that process, or we can get the answers from them, but I honestly don't know. I don't know if you know.
And similarly with the RB Rubber property, currently it's off the tax rolls, but we're in the process of flipping the property. So when it comes back on the tax rolls, is it going to come in for the URA at the 0, or is it going to come in at what it was when it was RB Rubber?
Yeah, that's another great question that we should ask the tax assessor. I'm going to assume that one would come in with the frozen base still going to the overlapping taxing districts, because when you create the area, the intention is the overlapping taxing districts know what their collection's going to be.
Okay. I'd love both those answers, so when you get them, if you can email those out to all of us, that would be great.
Okay.
And then the last question that I had, it had a reference of money being sent on the previous slide, I think it was. Downtown master plan, $150,000 going, I'm assuming that's going to go to the city. Was that in our budget document for the city that we looked at?
No, so the downtown master plan is paid for entirely by the Urban Renewal Agency, so you will not see that.
Does it go through us at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it does go through you in your role as the Urban Renewal Board.
Right, but I understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. So in terms of expenditures, the expenditures occur in the 2 funds as well, so the Fund 58 and Fund 59. The projects that are ongoing are what you find in Fund 58 that we fund every year in terms of additional funds. And then the debt service that we have, you'll find in Fund 59. So the recommendation for you in terms of projects to fund in Fund 58 include $150,000 in development assistance, so that's that property assistance program. It's divided between $100,000 for property assistance and $50,000 for housing. So there is an intention and a goal to incentivize housing in the urban renewal area, and we actually haven't incentivized, I think we've incentivized 1 new unit built in the urban renewal area thus far of the 12 years of the plan. The 3rd Street Improvement Project, this is $200,000 to match the $850,000 federal grant that we received. This is to bring that project to 100% construction documents. And that's an approved funded project in the urban renewal plan, and really probably the next large public improvement project that the agency will undertake. District identity, we've carried in the plan for the last couple of years. This has been a partnership concept with the McMinnville Downtown Association, and it's about putting rooftop lights on the 3rd Street buildings to outline the facades, and also to do a wayfinding program. We haven't implemented that in the past couple of years due to staff capacity and turnover at the MDA. It is something that we're still interested in moving forward with, and so we're carrying that. We're recommending that as an expense in the budget. The downtown master plan we just discussed, that's scheduled to get underway this next fiscal year. It's been under dialogue since 2019 with the Urban Renewal Agency, and it's one that we feel we now have the staff capacity to move forward. And with all the different interested parties making what I would call some big moves in the downtown area, it's important to sort of have this larger concerted community discussion about what does that mean and how do we set the stage for the next 20 years of the downtown area and how it serves the community. The intention is that downtown master planning process may lead to an update to the urban renewal plan. So one of the projects in our plan has $1 million associated with it. That's parking. And what we've heard over the last 10 years is parking is becoming a considerable concern in both the Northeast Gateway District and the downtown. And $1 million in the urban renewal plan is really not a lot of money to address that. So I suspect as we work through this process, we'll probably be reassigning some funds to the different projects accordingly. The other project in there is the property acquisition for Northwest Rubber Site. The Urban Renewal Agency is the agency that's paying off the debt for the purchase of that, not the city. There's some confusion about that. And so we are paying interest-only payments, and you find that in Fund 59. That's the debt service over 12 months. It's $215,766. And then in Fund 58, we've put in there under professional services, because it's not a capital debt, $49,800. That's for both security for the property, so we have monthly security there, as well as utilities. We also have the bonded debt for the Alpine Avenue project, which was the first half of the Alpine Avenue project, and that's at $187,000, and you find that in Fund 59. And then we administer it. So the agency contracts with the city to administer the plan. Currently, we do have a cap in the plan that allows the city only to charge X number of dollars for that administration. It's less than what the city services to support the plan is. It does go to the Community Development Department to help offset my time into the plan administration, as well as some other miscellaneous expenses like an audit and other things like that, materials and services. And lastly, we have a contingency of $300,000. So we typically recommend carrying a fairly significant contingency, because that allows for opportunity response without going through a budget amendment, where we are able to utilize those funds if a project comes up and we bring that to the Urban Renewal Agency for consideration during the fiscal year. So with that, that's the presentation for the Urban Renewal budget. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Or if the city manager wants to add anything.
Mayor Morris?
I have a question. I know Jeff and I asked Jeff a question, and I'm still just not understanding exactly in regards to your authority to sign a contract. So in resolution, what I have as the latest is resolution 2017-05, and I'm not 100% sure if that's the most current, but it shows that you have the authority to sign up to a $100,000 contract.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
But how I read the second part of that is only if it's in the adopted budget. So that's where I'm confused. So there was a agreement signed with Leland Consulting, and I didn't see it in the adopted budget. We kind of went to look for that and couldn't find it. So am I misunderstanding, or is that within the authority of that? Or, because I know I talked to you as well, and you said MURAC recommended it, but they're an advisory committee, they're not an authority. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out how it got approved, and if I'm mistaken.
So I don't have the 24-25 budget in front of me to look at the line items.
We can get that for you.
Yeah.
Am I reading, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, am I reading the authority correct or not? Because
I wasn't here when that resolution was adopted. That was before I became the city manager, and so I don't know the legislative history behind that. We'll have to do a little bit of research and get back to you.
okay.
And Mayor, that question also came up during the Urban Renewal Agency work session, I believe, and we tried to send out an email with some of the details for that. We're happy to put that into another amended Q&A if there's interest in that.
I just need to know exactly how to read the document.
Okay.
So if I'm reading it correctly, then there's concern. Well, either way, I just need to know so that I know what's the authority and what isn't. Because if we're going to be looking at another budget and we're going to be looking at the urban renewal budget, I need to know now, so today, versus waiting to find out later, so I know what to approve and what not to approve.
Katie Henry's got her hand up.
Katie Henry.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Budget Committee, Council. I just want to add from my history for this type of question, the budget authority does not extend to the individual contracts held within the budget. It rather extends to the amount of the budget at a higher level. And so, whereas the signing authority for the contract being that the URA manager or the city manager has the authority to sign up to 100,000 as long as there is money in the budget is my interpretation of what that means, and that is what I've seen at every other entity where I have worked in that capacity, because the budget does not adopt contracts. The budget adopts amounts legally.
Mayor Morris?
Director Henry, is that a clarification for that? It's money in the budget, but is it money in the professional service portion of the budget?
The budget in Oregon is adopted at materials and services, or in our case, it's actually adopted at the department level. The city manager can confirm for you, but that is my understanding, is the appropriation level is where the legal authority lies that you are adopting as a council for the city. And therefore, that is where council's authority lies, unless it is more strictly restricted. So if the wording says approved in the budget, it's the dollar value at the level of appropriation.
Okay, just if Jeff and maybe David can just take a look at that and we can clarify it so we know from here forward. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilor Tukolsky?
I do have a question. Director Richards, with the urban renewal, it directs taxes back into that district, so therefore they're not directed to the fire district or the police department. Can you tell us how much money is being directed away from those two entities?
Let me see, I put some, we do an annual report by law every year in late January, early February, which we present to the Urban Renewal Board and also post into the News Register. And it shows the foregone revenue for the previous fiscal year to all the overlapping taxing districts. For the last annual report we had, the fire district was not, so it's for the previous fiscal year that had the audit, so it's after the audit's been done. So for the last fiscal year, the fire district hadn't been established yet, so you won't find that in there. I did put in some resource slides, so let me see if I put that one in here. If not, we can get that to you.
Well, it's more of a rhetorical question, because if we're expecting this area to be policed and the fire district to cover it as well, they're doing so for free for so many years. So I'm curious, how much are we actually diverting away from that area?
Yeah, and I don't have that with me. I can send that out as a part of a future Q&A, the next Q&A.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Could you tell me when you would be able to send that out? Because I'm still waiting on some overtime numbers from City Manager Towery from 12 days ago. So I'm curious when I'll actually receive that.
You can go on your website right now into Urban Renewal for an annual reports, and you'll find it right in there. I'll send it to you when I go sit down.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, Councilor Tukolsky, I think the overtime report was in the Q&A that we got, Q&A 3?
And I didn't see that, and I apologize.
Okay.
I will look. Thank you.
Right, that's the one he was looking for? Okay. Councilor Chenoweth.
So I'm going to go back to Mayor Morris's question, because I'm really not clear on what I just heard. I think Director Henry is probably the one that's going to have to clarify my thinking on this, but what I think I heard you say was that the authority is there up to $100,000 to sign the contract, but above $100,000, the authority is not there. Did I hear that correctly? No, that's to Director Henry, because I'm going based on what she responded with.
I was just interpreting what the mayor read from the from what we were talking about.
So maybe I'm not understanding what the mayor's question was. Can you rehash what just happened so I can get a clear understanding of what just occurred?
Yes. So my question is just urban renewal or regular budget, just trying to understand what the city manager has been designated to sign contracts on behalf of the council. And it states contracts, there's different levels, but up to $100,000 if it's in the adopted budget. So my question is, where is it the adopted budget, meaning just money in that budget? Or is it adopted budget, meaning it's in the line item where we have contracts, which is professional services? And if it is there, great. If it's not, does that have to come to the urban renewal agency or the council for approval before it can be signed? I'm just wanted clarification on that.
And the answer was?
Not sure. I mean, yeah, she thinks it's in the adopted budget, but I'm still not clear.
My answer is that I am confident that it is, if there's budget authority, the city manager has the authority. The mayor is not convinced, but I am.
Up to 100,000.
Up to 100,000.
Anything exceeding 100,000, no go. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Is there another question?
Well, yeah, so if we're going back to that, what was the value of the Leland Consulting contract?
I can answer that. So it had several tasks in it. It was originally for, I believe, 30,000, and then it had an amendment for 20,000. So a total of 50, and we have expended 41.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right. Now is the time for public testimony on the proposed Urban Renewal Agency 2025-2026 budget. Any interested audience members are invited to provide comments on the proposed budget. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Public testimony received through the city website or emails will be added to the public record of the meeting. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak, please use the raise your hand feature or chat feature and send a chat to Claudia. Once your turn is up, we will announce your name and unmute your mic. To ensure fairness, we will alternate between participants who signed up in person and those who registered via Zoom. Please announce your name and the city you live in for the record. We will start with those who have registered. Claudia, do we have anyone signed up?
No one has signed up for the urban renewal budget public testimony.
Thank you. All right, so after that, we were then going to do Q&A. I assume no one has come up with questions in the last few seconds. Do I have a motion to approve the proposed budget as presented or as presented to approve the tax increment?
So moved.
I have a second?
Second.
It is moved by Budget Committee member Mayor Morris and seconded by Budget Committee member Councilor Peralta that the Budget Committee of the McMinnville Urban Renewal District has reviewed and hereby approves the budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year in the amount of $3,282,034. The committee also approves tax increment for the maximum amount of revenue that may be raised by dividing the taxes for the McMinnville Urban Renewal Plan area under Section 1C, Article 9 of the Oregon Constitution and ORS Chapter 457. Claudia, can you conduct a roll call?
Committee member Bolden.
We had a question about discussion.
Oh, sure. We can do a discussion before the roll call. Yes.
Normally there is discussion before the roll call, that's my understanding.
Yes.
Right?
There can be discussion.
Okay, so is it possible for us to take the funds that would be diverted from the police and the fire district and take those out of the renewal? No?
No, you cannot.
Could you tell me why?
The law does not allow
I
those
figured
funds
that.
to be
It was
used for
rhetorical,
general
but I'm
fund.
just making
That's,
sure I'm clear.
pardon me?
I figured that. It was a rhetorical question. I'm making sure that was clear. Thank you.
Or S457 for reference.
Thank you. No further questions then.
Thank you. A committee member, Ernst, has a question online.
Thank you. I just have a clarification on that. So does the fire district get the base tax from the urban renewal district, even though it was started after the district?
Yes, they will. So any eligible taxing entity who has levy authority receives their levy based on the frozen value of the district at the time it was established.
Okay, so the fire district and the police through the city's portion of the base tax revenue is still funded for its work in those areas. I don't know if that maybe helps Councilor Chowski's issues with that.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Councilor Peralta?
Thank you. I know we've had this as history. I think it's in the packet this time. But City Manager Towery, can you just give a brief explanation of the purpose of the urban renewal district? I know Heather mentioned to upgrade and improve blighted areas, but basically the mechanics of how it works in terms of freezing the existing property value to encourage new development on that property, and then what happens at the end when those are retired.
Yes, so the tax increment is the tax revenue based on the city's levy on any improvements that occur after the district was established. So just hypothetically, if a property was worth $1,000, all the taxing entities would levy funds. The city would get $5 per thousand. So if there was a $1,000 property, we'd get $5. After the district is established and the value grows, presumably motivated by investments in the district, and that district, that particular property is now worth $2,000, the city's going to continue to get its $5 per thousand, but then we'll also get another $5 per thousand for the urban renewal agency. The urban renewal agency's purpose is to go into debt to make investments consistent with the urban renewal plan. You saw the projects that Director Richards listed on the board, and that debt can take the form of bonded debts or loans or other debt instruments, and then the increment that comes in over the life of the district is used to pay off that debt. Once the debt cap is reached and or all of the debt payments are made and or the life of the district tolls, then all of that tax increment is then subject to general taxation by any agency that has taxing authority. Does that help?
Yes, it does. So basically what we're doing is creating what was done, and when was the urban renewal district created approximately for staff? Okay, so since 2013 in the urban renewal district, we've essentially created the district. It capped the existing tax level for all entities other than the district, for the businesses that and other structures that are in the district, in order to fund development of the district, improvements to the district that will increase the value of those properties. And then when the debt is retired in 2038, so in 13 years, then the city and every other partner will receive the increases in taxes that were realized as a result of the development of those properties. So for example, on the RB Rubber site, which the city purchased, that property will get development through the urban renewal district, and then at the end of that, there'll be a more valuable property that there will be a higher tax basis for that. We have the information on what the estimates are of that in the packet. But is that basically how it works?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Thank you. Comment and question. Comment is that while all that's true, it assumes growth in property tax value, which is a credit card concept that it hopefully will pay out in the end. I think realistically it will pay out in the end, but there is always that potential for a 2008 experience that can result in us finding out the hard way that these don't always pay out in the end. So just that comment and a word of caution. Second, I would also like to know if at the end we've allocated these funds, we've brought in this money, we haven't spent all these funds because we brought in all this money because it did work out in the way that we hoped it would work out. Say we have a pool of money at the end. What becomes of that pool of money at the end of the taxing district?
So great question, Councilor Chenoweth. In Redmond, I'm going to use an example. In Redmond, we had 2 urban renewal districts. We did sunset one of them actually early because it overperformed. So we were able to invest in the projects. It created the revitalization that the city was trying to achieve there, and we sunsetted it early. We did have funds left in the urban renewal agency for that particular district, and that was distributed proportionately to the overlapping taxing districts.
Any further questions? All right, Claudia, will you now conduct a roll call?
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
And Chair Maxfield.
Aye.
The URA budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year is approved with no amendments by a vote of 12-0.
Can I now have a motion to cancel the May 22nd, 2025 URA Budget Committee meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I heard Counselor Payne moved and Counselor Chenoweth seconded. Claudia, can you conduct, oh, do we need a discussion?
No.
Okay, Claudia? Oh, what, do we? Wait, what is? No. Claudia, can you conduct a roll call?
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
And Chair Maxfield.
Aye. Now can I have a motion to cancel the May 23rd, 2025 URA Budget Committee meeting?
So moved. Second.
Counselor Peralta moved, and it was seconded by Counselor Cunningham. Claudia, can you conduct a roll call?
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Still aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
And Chair Maxfield.
Aye.
The May 23rd, 2025 URA budget meeting has been canceled unanimously.
There being no further business to come before the committee, I will now adjourn the Urban Renewal Agency Budget Committee meeting at 6:44 p.m. We will take a 5-minute break before we come back for the regular Budget Committee meeting.
Recording stopped.
I think it fidget.
I'll take Venmo, it's good. It did.
I was just saying, you guys came for the boring part, it's about to get more interesting. It is, but it's gonna be a little bit more like virtual coffee. So that this was just. Trying to debate budget.
Please make your way to your seats. Want to get this rolling?
Recording in progress.
I would like to wait for the mayor, so we're just going to hold that thought. Yes. At least the mayor. Now we can get this party started. I will now call the Budget Committee meeting to order and request Claudia do a roll call.
Counselor Cunningham?
Here.
Committee Member Bolden?
Here.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Still here.
Committee Member Ernst?
Here.
Counselor Payne?
Also still here.
Committee Member Watney?
Here.
Counselor Chenoweth?
You threw me for a curveball. You went in a different order. Here.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Here.
Counselor Geary?
Good evening.
Council President Peralta?
Here.
Mayor Morris?
Here.
Committee members Mason and Frost are absent this evening, and Chair Maxfield.
Here. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Committee Member Bolden, could you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you all for coming. We appreciate your active participation in the budget process. Does any member request, we're going to move on to the consent agenda, excuse me. Does any member request to have any item removed from the consent agenda and heard at its regular place on the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, please forgive us for eating.
I forgive you. Counselor Cunningham moved, and it was seconded by Counselor Payne. Is there any discussion? Oh, do I need to read all the things in the consent agenda? Okay. Is there any discussion? Claudia, can you call a roll call?
Committee Member Bolden?
Abstain.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Abstain.
Committee Member Watney?
Agreed.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
And Chair Maxfield.
Aye.
The consent agenda has passed by a vote of 10 ayes and 2 abstain.
Thank you. We will move to the public hearing on possible uses of state revenue sharing. State Revenue Sharing Law, ORS 221.770, requires cities to annually pass an ordinance or resolution requesting state revenue sharing money. In order to receive state revenue sharing in 2025 to 2026, a city must have levied property taxes in the preceding year and hold a public hearing before the Budget Committee to discuss possible uses of the funds, and hold a hearing before the City Council on the proposed uses of the funds in relation to the entire budget. We will now begin the public hearing process of the agenda. I will ask Finance Director Henry to bring up the city's recommendation for the possible uses of state revenue sharing as included with the city's 2025-2026 proposed budget.
Thank you very much. On the screen here, you can see the proposed uses. We only have $480,000 at our disposal this year to use, and you can see that it has been split between several different departments in the general fund. These funds are for basic operating expenses in the general fund that serve the full service operations of the city. So you can see those here. And if there are any comments, we are ready to open the hearing.
If anyone would like to make public testimony about the possible uses of state revenue sharing, please state your first and last name and the city you reside in for the record. Each person testifying will be allotted 3 minutes for their testimony. Is there anyone here to make testimony about revenue sharing? If no testimony, I close the public hearing. Does anyone have any questions for Director Henry concerning the revenue sharing? Councilor Chenoweth?
Yeah, can you put that back up on the screen?
Sure.
So am I to understand that we don't have to allocate it the way this is allocated on the screen? We could choose to allocate it any way we want to allocate it?
We could, but it wouldn't make any difference. So basically, this amount goes into the general fund pot that the non-departmental general fund, where the various items that are covered by undesignated funds go. The law requires us to hold this hearing and to say what are we going to pay to use these funds for. But if we were to say we wanted to use the whole 480 for police, let's say, we could say that, and then other less property taxes would be used, and we'd use more property taxes for the other departments. So the overall end product with this small of an amount doesn't change anything, but yes, you could designate it to be used for something and then hold it in a specific reserved account or something like that.
So just so I'm clear in my in what you just said, what I heard was we could choose to dedicate it all to police, but the reality is when we get to the regular budget portion, the regular budget could then be allocated to cover those amounts. So
Correct.
At the end of the day, nothing changes.
That's correct.
Or conversely, we could choose to dedicate it directly to say all to police. And then if we didn't do it differently in the general fund, then it would be then reallocated, and those different departments would then have to be adjusted.
That's correct as well.
Okay. And then what's the difference, just for my clarity, between parks and recreation and parks maintenance in this budget?
Parks maintenance, right now, currently, the name Parks Maintenance also covers our facilities maintenance. So it covers all of the landscaping, it covers the roofing, the fixing of things, all of the things involved with maintaining the city. Whereas Parks and Recreation involves all of the programs that we put on for the citizens in the Parks and Recreation.
And just to add that the Parks Maintenance is part of the Public Works Department.
Okay, thank you.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So that 480,000 of revenue is already reflected in this budget?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Thank you. If it doesn't matter how we allocate this, and why have we allocated it?
It's required by law for us to hold this hearing, and we have to submit a form that says how we're allocating it.
But there's no follow-through.
It's part of a general fund.
Okay, yeah, it's just, all right, whatever. Got it. Thanks. Thank you.
Counselor Geary?
Isn't it based on the percentage of those departments' funds of the overall general fund, roughly?
Yeah, this allocation is the pro rata share of the other general fund departments.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'm going to call on City Manager Towery to present.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, in lieu of remarks from me tonight, since we're happy to have Director Henry rejoin us, she has some finance director-oriented information to share with you that she likely would have shared with you last week had she been able. But so I'm going to turn my time over to the gentlewoman on the screen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I am very excited to be able to be here tonight. It was hard for me just to watch on TV and not be able to join you all last week. So I appreciate you letting me join you a little late, but I have been following along as best I could. So the first thing that I like to do when we come to these budget meetings is to remind everyone the size of the budget that we're working with and the amount of time that we have, and to remember that when we're working in $40 million for the general fund, for example, if we are going down to line items that are $4,000, $10,000, they don't make up the size of what we are aiming for in this budget. So although, yes, we can approach costs of things like flower baskets or the cost to travel to a conference for 2 people in the finance department, these are not the large things that make or break this budget. So in order for us to get through this general fund, we hope to be able to get through general fund tonight and to where we can have some really meaningful discussions on whether or not we're in the same page, heading the same direction, or whether we have 3 different off-ramps going and we need to kind of circle the wagons and come back. So just a reminder of the magnitude. We're looking in the $40 million range for the general fund. So just keep that in mind as we go. The second thing that I like to remind everyone is fund accounting, and the really, really important part in making sure that you understand that the general fund is separate from these other funds, and each of these other funds is separate from each other. There is no using the building funds balance to pay for police, or using affordable housing fund to pay for a code compliance person. When we present these fund by fund, it is essential that they be kept by fund. They cannot be commingled. The contingencies can't be commingled. The ending fund balances can't be commingled. Please don't make those mistakes. And if we go that direction, I'll bring you back in line. But I have asked Meredith to make sure that we kind of stick to general fund until we get that wrapped up, and then we'll move on to the other funds to make sure we're just staying within the fund that is in question. Now, I wanted to present you all with a projection on the proposed budget, and the piece that I don't think you got to see yet is what happens down the road if we follow the proposed budget. there was some talk in the recording that I saw from last time about, well, do we really need the 2 months of reserve? And so I never go into a budget without showing at least 3 years into the future. So this is a model that I've prepared of the proposed budget, and in the red you have what are we spending, in the green you have what are we bringing in, and in the blue you have our unappropriated reserves. So basically these are our reserves outside of capital or the extra ARPA funds or anything, just our reserves. And you can see that we have a decent amount, this 5 million that we've been trying to stay around. We're keeping it there. That's our 2 months of reserve. And then it goes up over the following years. And I will say the goal is not to have this reserve go up, but the goal is to be able to do that deferred maintenance that we've been talking about and that long list of items that needs to be taken care of that we haven't been able to. You'll notice that in 2027, revenues exceed expenses with this model. That's because we've added in the last 50 cents on that property taxes. If we just follow the normal increase with a 3% increase for routine things plus additional increases for things like medical insurance and things like that, we end up at 2029 breaking even. So that is where the numbers came from in 2026, where my recommendation of all of these cuts have come from and why I'm comfortable with the proposed budget. Now, from here, we also had a request to look at the target, the 2-month target, make sure that we removed all of the one-time things. So we did that. This is a revision of page 34 in your book, 30 of the page numbers. And you can see here that we have reserves of 1.5 months, a target of 3.4 million, which it appears would give us an extra 1.3 million. Just so you know, in taking out the one-time things, it does give us a current status of 184 instead of about 80,000 over that target for 2 months operating. So if we take that and we run that out into the future, this is what 3 months out looks like. We still get that slight overlap next year, which we would expect. 2026, our fund balance goes lower, but we lose any of that amount that we had planned on setting aside for the improvements for the buildings, any of the deferred plans that had been proposed, and the needs that are set out in any capital improvements or anything like that. So I wanted just to make sure that you could see what that looks like, so that you understood what the ramifications would be of taking it down to 1.5 months versus 2 months on those reserves long term. So I want to stop there and see if there's any questions before I go on to anything else on these long-term projections.
Sure. Just, Katie, can you clarify that the assumption is that the 6 months reduction in the reserve would actually be spent on operating costs in this model, as opposed to set aside, say, for capital, right?
That's correct. It assumes that we would increase the operating by either adding positions back instead of cutting all the positions that were proposed, things like that.
Counselor Chenoweth, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you very much. First comment. Thank you to the staff, whoever was responsible for answering the rather long list of questions that I provided. That was very kind of you. I know it took a bunch of time and effort, and thank you. I didn't understand all the answers. I'm still trying to parse a couple of them, and I may come back with some more questions. But thank you, thank you, thank you.
It was a team effort, by the way.
Well, whoever was all responsible for that, you know who you are. I don't. I just got answers, so thank you. In terms of this report, Director Henry, what's the growth assumption per year on the revenue?
So on the revenue,
And to be clear, what I mean by that, what are you assuming property tax revenue growth is actually your assumption in here? How much, I mean, for instance, we have potentials for streams of income that could be coming in depending on how fast we get planning done, et cetera. What was the actual assumption for growth?
so I've used a 3% plus the extra 1.8 million in 27 for the extra 50 cents.
So you assumed only the 3%, no other building growth whatsoever?
That's correct. Based on what we're seeing currently and the perspectives we have in the next couple years, yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Director Henry, do you have more to this presentation?
I do.
Okay, great.
There was a question, there were some questions that came to us about what would the cost be of putting back in some of the positions that were taken out. I believe this was not in your packet that you received for tonight. So I wanted to make sure this got shared to everyone so that I could put it on the screen. Basically, the cost in this direct cost column is the cost to add in the officers or the code compliance officer. This is the impact on the reserve, because it's important to remember that if you increase an operating budget, you also have to raise the reserve in order to provide the same number of months. And so then over here you have the total amount that it would be to add in the positions. So for 3 patrol officers, it would be $586,000. For the code compliance officer lead, it'd be $147,000. To add back in a court clerk, $114,000. The GO bond would be $220,000. This has been refined, Jeff, I think even since you've seen it, but this has been refined by Director Muir just this morning. So $220,000 with the election costs and then the polling and the mailings. And then we have restoring the park maintenance reductions at $275,625. The only one that doesn't continue on into the future would be the GO bond.
So, Chair Maxfield, just let me say for clarity's sake that this what if came out of a conversation during my meeting last week with council leadership.
Okay. Can we have this emailed to all of us so we can look at it?
Yes, we'll get that to everybody. We'll make it part of the record as well.
Great, thank you very much. Councilor Chenoweth.
I'm sorry. So what I heard you just say is that you assumed that we would need to increase reserves if we add these back. But that would not be true if we cut something else to add this back, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
and so it would have been also helpful to know what the number is without the added reserve portion, because that may be the
So
intent.
that's this right here. That's why we showed them in separate columns.
My apologies, thank you.
If Crystal is there, I can't see who's there, but if Crystal, is there a way you could email this out during the meeting, just so they have it on their computers?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you. So one final thing is recommendations for this Q&A as we head into it tonight on, sorry, brought up the wrong spreadsheet. Okay, here we go. On how
Can
we
you
go
make that any
about-
bigger? Director Henry, can you make that any bigger?
I can. Let's see here. Is that too big now, or is that? How's that?
Good, thank you.
Okay. So the idea here is right now we're sitting with a balanced budget. I have added some things into this spreadsheet that we have either talked about or are administrative changes. So for example, last week we talked about the fact that the intent of the Community Development Department was to have the special project manager reduced down to 0.75 FTE. That was omitted, that was not included, and that FTE was still included at 1 FTE. And so that 61,000 is a sort of a Scribner's error. It needs to be updated. We also found out, these are a few new things that we have that are payments in lieu of tax from water and light. We need to increase the revenue that we're expecting by 150,000. We also, I believe, the mayor was reviewing some line items and discovered that we have a recology contract that was needed at the time the budget was created, but now that we're further through the process, we are not going to need this in next fiscal year. So we've removed this 39,000 from it. So these are items that we could put to bed right now, that we can say, we need to make these adjustments. And so what I would propose is that we make a motion to change the things that we can at the time that they are set. Once we have a resolution of an item, that we make a motion and add it to our list of amendments. This will allow us to see do we have an agreement on and what don't we?
So-
as we go through the evening.
Yeah, Chair Maxwell, so let me add a little bit more clarity. We're not making these proposals right now, that we're showing you the tool and some examples of how you could move through a variety of decisions and still maintain the budget as balanced. A little bit more clarity on the Eco Solutions contract. The contract as it was written had the option for 3 two-month extensions, and the funds that were in the budget were the costs should we extend the contract, and we've already decided that we're not going to exercise any of those extensions, and so that's why we're proposing that we would pull that amount. The other items there are items you haven't discussed yet, and really are there as an example for you to consider, along with any other issues that you sort of pursue as you work your way through the conversation tonight.
And so the way that this spreadsheet works, and it's easier if you can see the whole thing, but I'm not sure if you need it this big, how I can make that happen, but I'll play around with it a little bit. I've created down here, what would our target be at 1.5 months? And what would our target be at 2 months? And then what is our ending balance if we make all the changes in there? So this allows us to kind of play with it. Okay, so say we don't want to do the Parks and Rec bond. That gives us 3.3 million. But if we do want to do it, we're at 3.1 in our ending balance. So this gives us a way that we can just add in things, see what our ending balance is, and this tells us how much room do we have available for 1.5 months, and how much room do we have available if we want a 2-month, if our target is for 2-month balance or for 1.5 months. So it's just a tool as we move forward through the discussions to kind of keep us on track. And at any time we can ask, well, what is our status? Where are we at? And we can pull this up and show you where we're at with the discussions. And on that, I will take away all my numbers because I'm clouding. I can't see your faces, but I'm sure that I'm starting to glaze people over with my numbers.
Does anyone have any further questions for Director Henry? All right, thank you. We will come back to this tool. We wanted to move to the public testimony portion of the meeting. Any interested audience members are invited to provide comments on the proposed budget. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person, so that's different than the city council meetings that are 4 minutes per person, for a total of 30 minutes. If we don't get to you tonight, additional opportunities for public testimony will be available during the budget meetings on May 22nd and if possible, May 23rd. To ensure all voices are heard, we kindly request that individuals sign up to provide public comment on only one of these evenings. Public testimony received through the city website or emails will be added to the public record of the meeting. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak, please use the raise your hand feature or the chat feature and send a chat to Claudia. Once your turn is up, we will announce your name and unmute your mic. To ensure fairness, we will alternate between participants who signed up in person and those who registered via Zoom. Please announce your name and the city you live in for the record. We will start with those who have registered. Claudia, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Yes, but before we start, I do want to state that Committee Member Frost has joined us via Zoom, and that we received additional public comments, which I emailed to Budget Committee earlier this evening and will be made part of the amended packet for tomorrow. We haven't had anyone register via Zoom, so right now, most of our cards will be for those who are in person. First, we'll start with Evan Burt.
Hello. My name is Evan Burt. I do not live in McMinnville, but I've worked for the McMinnville Police Department for almost a decade. I'm currently an acting sergeant on patrol, a member of the K-9 team, and I currently serve as the president of the McMinnville Police Association Executive Board. I'm speaking solely tonight on behalf of the Police Association and not as an employee of the city. There's been much talk regarding the police department recently. In some ways, I appreciate all the attention the police department has gotten. My hope is to provide some perspective from someone who's been doing the job of a police officer in McMinnville for a long time. I love working for McMinnville. I've given my blood, sweat, and tears to this city, and it's always been my plan to serve my entire police career here, which in this day and age is becoming rarer and rarer. Recent trends, however, have me concerned about this. In the last 4 years, from 2021 to 2025, 18 sworn personnel left MACPD, which does not include retirements. That's 41% of our workforce. Prior to that, between the years of 2017 and 2021, we only lost 6 sworn personnel. The current conversation regarding why MACPD can't hire its vacancies has not done anything to hit the nail on the head, which is retention. Employees at MACPD don't feel appreciated, don't feel valued, which has unfortunately continued into how our union contract negotiations have gone. I told the city's bargaining team from day one when I crafted the proposals that we brought forth, it was 100% in an effort to make our contract more attractive to laterals and to promote retention. We have not made headway on this during negotiations, and I'm concerned about what the ripple effect may be. Based upon where negotiations are currently, I don't see MACPD being more attractive to laterals, and I don't think we're making headway on retention. There has been so much talk about what the police department will do if the proposed positions are cut. There has been little to no talk about what that blow to morale will do to our current workforce. I wholeheartedly believe that if the city does not prioritize the police department, which does not only mean positions, but also being willing to make financial and non-financial concessions to our contract, we will see an exodus that is not new to the department, but a continuation of the exodus that started in 2021. My fear is that this will result in a skeleton crew department staffed with brand-new baby officers without the years of experience that leads to exemplary customer service, rapport with our community, and the ability to de-escalate situations to render best-case scenario solutions. My fear is we will have inexperienced and untested officers thrust into leadership positions, and we'll find ourselves in a blind leading the blind scenario. As I said, I want to spend my career in MAC. I know many of our staff do, which I love. Our heart as a department is for the citizens of McMinnville and making this city the best it can be. We want to be equipped to provide the excellent service the city wants and deserves, and we just ask for the resources we need to make those desires a long-lasting reality. I'm happy to talk more with any council member, citizen, or employee who may have questions about anything I've said tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elijah Carrillo.
Good evening, everyone. I also do not live here. I was born and raised here. I spent the majority of my life here. My name is Elijah Carrillo. I'm currently employed as a patrol corporal for the McMinnville Police Department. I'm also currently serving as the vice president of the McMinnville Police Association Executive Board, and it is as the association vice president that I come to you tonight. As President Burt just discussed, the police department has seen a continued exodus of qualified officers. The 18 officers that President Burt spoke of do not include probationary officers who were released prior to the completion of their training. Over the last few years, frontline personnel have seen good officers leave and their vacancies remain open. The message from administration has always been that we need to weather the storm and support each other until the staffing crisis is corrected. These vacancies strain the frontline officer who regularly has to work at minimum staffing, which is only 4 officers to include the supervisor. This results in extended response times to calls for service and creates burnout amongst the officers. Officers have shouldered the additional load with hope that relief is coming. The cutting of 5 positions from the police department sends one message to these officers: your efforts are recognized, but relief is not coming. It is my fear that if these positions are cut, additional officers will leave the department for greener pastures. The police department has a unique skill of creating exemplary officers who have a passion for the work and make fantastic candidates for other departments to recruit. We cannot afford to continue losing these officers to other agencies, and we cannot expect them to shoulder the load in perpetuity. The leadership of the Police Association has worked tirelessly at the negotiation table to try to find ways to incentivize and retain officers. I feel that many of us have done what we can to help right the ship, and now it falls to the council and this committee to make the right decision. I am hopeful that this committee has heard our voices and finds a way to balance the budget without making these drastic cuts to public safety. I am happy to answer any questions or any comments, hear any comments from council members, citizens, and anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Stacy Mayhew.
Good evening. I'm Stacy Mayhew, and I've lived in McMinnville for 22 years. I'm here tonight to express my deep concerns and frustration with the proposed budget and the Budget Committee members who are willing to vote for a budget that compromises our city's safety. When you look at the city organizational chart, you'll see that the citizens of McMinnville are at the top of that chart. Yet this budget and the past 10 years of deficit budgets do not reflect that. I sat here last week and listened to most of you boast about how many budget committees you've presided over and been involved in, as if you were proud of it, when you should actually be regretful of where you have left this city and its taxpayers. In the business world, when a company has a $3 million deficit, the responsibility for regrettable financial decisions fall on the chief financial and executive officers, not the hardworking men and women who keep our city safe and clean. In McMinnville, both those responsibilities fall to one person, our city manager. However, those of you who passed those deficit budgets, who kicked the can down the road and took from reserves to fund it, share in his responsibility to this city. So what do we, the citizens of McMinnville, want from this budget committee? We, the citizens, want public safety, again and again and again. We want public safety because we can't utilize our library, our streets, our neighborhoods, our parks, our restaurants, our schools without it. People don't want to visit McMinnville when McMinnville isn't cared for and safe. Some alternatives I'd like to see the city implement instead of sacrificing our safety are the transient tax. Currently, Visit McMinnville gets 70% and the city only receives 30%. I'd like to see the city even that percentage to at least 50-50. Cost of living increases. In the private sector, when a company has a bad year, there are little to no cost of living or COLA increases. Non-union city employees should receive no cost of living increases during this financial crisis. Healthcare. Currently, non-union employees pay substantially less into their healthcare than the private sector does, and I'd like to see the city raise the level of contributions for its city's employees. And lastly, I see no reason for the library to have 16 full-time employees at a cost of over $2 million when the library is one of the very few services the city offers that can utilize volunteers. The library should decrease the number of FTEs substantially and increase the number of volunteers to help offset this deficit and fill their workload. These monies could be used for municipal court. It could be used for code enforcement, where they deal with rogue dogs, noise issues, and abandoned vehicles. Or it could be put toward funding our reserve program. Lastly, as a citizen of McMinnville, at the top of that chart, I am asking this committee to soundly reject any budget that would compromise the #1 responsibility to this city and to its citizens, and that is public safety.
Thank you. Next, we have Todd Godfrey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and Budget Committee members. My name is Todd Godfrey. I live on Christensen Road in McMinnville, Oregon. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm here as the union president of the McMinnville Professional Firefighters Local 3099, and I'm here to urge you not to cut the police department's budget. Our firefighters work hand in hand with the police officers every day. When we respond to emergencies, fires, medical calls, or hazardous situations, the police ensure our safety and help secure the scene. They respond on cardiac arrest with us and help with patient care. They communicate with family members and mitigate bystanders when we need them to, all in an effort to help us provide better care to our patients. I know it seems like a long time ago, but police and fire were the primary work groups identified as essential employees when COVID hit, and we all continued working while the majority stayed home. When everyone was uncertain what the time would bring and we needed the security blanket of first responders, there were no talks of cutting police staff. While we hope there isn't another pandemic in our lifetimes, there are very real, in-depth, and involved emergencies that can happen every day, and having an adequately staffed police department is paramount to making sure these emergencies are dealt with safely, quickly, and appropriately. I urge you not to be short-minded today. Another ugly issue can raise its head any minute, and cutting these positions means the police department is not as prepared as they need to be. Over the past several years, there have been reported budget constraints time and time again, even after spending down reserves and/or having council direct to rebuild those same cash reserves. It doesn't seem like anything that is done is adequate for the way we are spending our budget year after year. This is a known problem, and I've witnessed it, all of it firsthand. I've been in most of your meetings and sometimes sitting here alone or with Mr. Davis. This budget yo-yo was one of the primary driving factors for the fire district to be created in the first place. We have heard that more and more revenues must be generated in order to accommodate these shortfalls through city service fees and more recently bringing on the taxing ability left by the voters when the McMinnville Fire District was separated from the city. If the budget remains the same, don't cut the police. It's a hole you will not dig out of for many years to come. Cutting now pushes out the experienced workforce and leads to a never-ending cycle of new recruits, something that we know all too well when we were with the city as the fire department. Cutting the police department would strain our partnership, risking slower response times and compromise safety for both our teams and the community. McMinnville deserves a fully staffed police force to maintain public safety, support first responders, and keep our neighborhoods secure. Budget cuts may seem like short-term savings, but they'll lead to long-term costs. We stand with our police colleagues and ask you to prioritize funding to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Pawanka.
I'm just going to warn, hello, I'm Amanda Pawanka. I live in McMinnville and pay McMinnville city tax. I do have to warn you, I might start crying, so I just need to get this out of the way. I'm going to pray really quick. Thank you, Jesus, so much for this city council. Thank you so much for letting us be here in a free country. Thank you, God, that these people are here. Lots of them are not getting paid. I pray, God, that you would bless them, bless their families. I pray you bless this time, that they would be of one heart, one mind, completely unified in the precious holy name of Jesus Christ. Amen. So I love the police, and the reason why I love them is because I come from a military family. My grandpa was a lieutenant colonel in the Army. My dad served in Vietnam for the Air Force, and my brother is currently a lieutenant colonel in the Army as well. I might cry. Sorry. So the police, in my mind, are our front line. They're our soldiers. They see the worst in humanity. They see stabbings, they see dead babies, they see dead people. They see the worst every single day. They see drunks, they see overdoses. They go through hell for us every day, and then they take it home, and they somehow have to shut it off. So my heart in all of this is that we not only support our officers, but we give them all the support. We give them PTSD therapy. We give them vacations. We bolster them. We applaud them. I could not imagine being a police officer and then going home. Thank you. I was prepared. I could not imagine doing what they do. I can't. After hearing the stories from my grandpa and my brother, he served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then just stories from my police officer friends like Evan, it blows my mind what they do for us. So the least we can do for them is have them stay in a job, first of all, but also give them appropriate support so that they're not doing overtime. They're not working freaking 40 hours straight, literally straight. All the things. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I need to thank Detective Madison. We had a tragedy. I called the police in September, and Detective Madison finally called me in March. It took that long for me to get an answer and a response. And I thank God for Detective Madison for believing us and doing his job. He's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sheriff Sam Elliott.
Good evening. My name is Sam Elliott. I'm the Yamhill County Sheriff. I'm here this evening because of my concern over the proposed budget that I've read published online. As the sheriff and as the head of the Yamhill County Sheriff's Office, we rely heavily on our partnership with the McMinnville Police Department. We have an inability within any of the organizations in the county to do this by ourselves. We absolutely depend on our partnership with McMinnville Police Department to accomplish our mission, and all of our interagency teams, whether it's the Major Crimes Response Team, the Multidisciplinary Child Abuse Team, the Multi-Agency Traffic Team, we all depend on each other to pony up the individuals to make those teams work and be successful. I can tell you that I just presented my annual report. You can find it online at the Sheriff's Office website. I presented it to the County Board of Commissioners at a regular session. And our involvement and our case volume in the city of McMinnville has grown substantially over the past year. We are being called to come into the city to provide backup assistance, to take primary calls for service because there's nobody available with the police department to handle those emergency calls. And to frame it with some perspective, that means one of my deputies, at which any point in time there may be only 3 of, for 718 square miles, is driving from Willamina to come take a call in the city of McMinnville because they're all tied up and there's a call that needs to be addressed. We are happy to perform that assistance because I know that it's reciprocated. There are times when we don't have anybody available and there's a call in Dayton and McMinnville PD is going out there and holding it down till we can get there. My concern, I will tell you, is with some things that I believe to be are coming. House Bill 3075 or Measure 114, whatever form I believe that it will come to us in. It's not a matter of if, but when. The requirement for a permit to purchase a firearm. That obligation falls to the agency of jurisdiction where that applicant lives. The City of McMinnville Police Department will be responsible for processing permits for residents to be able to go and purchase a firearm legally in the state of Oregon. Our rough calculations for rural residents that the Sheriff's Office provides service to is 2.5 FTE and $500,000 million to process that work volume should it become a reality in the next year. There are some things on the horizon that I think you need to be aware of, particularly that when you're talking about cutting support staff, you can have all the officers in the world. If you don't have the support staff to process the paperwork and funnel it where it needs to be, you're still ineffective. So I would urge you to consider how dependent as a county-wide law enforcement group we all are on each other, and consider the impacts that it will have not only to my office but to the state police, Newburgh-Dundee Police, Carlton, Yamhill, Grand Ronde Tribal. None of us can do it ourselves. We all depend on one another. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, that's everyone that's signed up.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. We really appreciate you engaging with us, and we appreciate all of your public testimony. Councilor President Peralta wanted to make a few comments before we move to the next part of the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Maxfield. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming and taking time out of your evenings to help us with this decision-making process this evening. First, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm still relatively new in this role as council president. At our last meeting, I raised a question about Councilor Tukulski's potential conflict of interest. In hindsight, that should have been handled privately ahead of the meeting, so I'd like to publicly apologize to the councilor for that error in judgment. I also wanted to speak briefly about some of the community conversations surrounding this year's budget. I'd like to be clear from the start that our staff has done exactly what we asked of them. They brought forward a budget that makes hard choices, choices that begin to right-size our city's public services, that start to address decades of deferred maintenance on our buildings, and that seek to grow our reserves for future challenges. It's not a perfect budget. We'll be making further changes to this budget this evening and through this process, but it was an honest and responsible attempt, and it reflects the realities that we face as a city. That's not an easy balance to strike, and I appreciate the city management team, the city manager, the team's diligence, expertise, and professionalism throughout this difficult process. We understand that budgets reflect community and individual values. No budget will satisfy every member of the community. People have different priorities, and that's fair. But those disagreements, rooted in a desire to create the public good, should never devolve into personal attacks, either against our staff or against the volunteers who serve on this committee. We've had comments both in this chamber and in public blaming individual staff for different aspects of what we're dealing with in this budget, such as the condition of the public facilities. And let me be clear, our staff have consistently raised financial concerns with the city. In 2018, at the staff's recommendation, the council funded a needs assessment of buildings maintenance, which we completed in 2019. Past councils did not fund those repairs. They made different choices for their budgets, focusing on retaining public services and funding major transitions and expanding the number of firefighters that we have serving our community. Those were policy decisions that were made collectively, not the failures of our staff or any individual one person. I'd also like to remind the public that every member of this committee, whether it's the mayor or a city councilor or the committee chair, is a volunteer. Every person here is giving of their time to help guide the future of our city. We're living in a time when outrage and conspiracy theories often speak louder than reason, when personal attacks and polarization have become common language at the highest levels of government. But we don't have to mirror those behaviors in McMinnville. In this place and time, let's all choose to do better. Constructive criticism is necessary and welcome, but let's keep it rooted in respect, integrity, and a shared commitment to problem solving. That is the McMinnville way. It's a spirit that I see in our professional staff in this committee, and I think it's something that we can all aspire to, and thank you for giving me a few minutes to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Council President. We are going to move into the Q&A and the discussion, and we are going to pick up where we left off last week, which we were in the community development section of the budget. I just wanted to point out that, you know, in this section at this time, if we wanted to make a motion that the planning special projects manager moved from 1 FTE to 0.75, we could do that right now, and Director Henry could put it up in that spreadsheet. Right now, it's just a temporary placeholder, but as we move through this budget, if there are things that gain enough traction, we can make the individual motion and have this amended. Because we discussed this last week, and that mistake of 1 versus 0.75, since it was in this budget, it can't be changed without an amendment. Does that make sense? So if there's a motion for altering that, you can make it, or we can move on with the discussion.
Chair Maxfield, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So are you talking about any proposal, or are you just talking about that specific?
It could be any proposal. I mean, I think it would make the most sense to not jump forward. If you had a proposal you really wanted to make about the things we discussed last week or in this department, that would make the most sense. And then we'll move through kind of next is police. That makes sense?
What's our next topic?
The next tab is police.
I'll wait.
Okay. Councilor Chenoweth?
So I have two questions.
Yes.
First is process. And I will be leaving any moment. I am waiting on a text, and when that text comes, for everybody's understanding, I will be leaving to present awards for PE students that I teach throughout the year, that the awards event is tonight. So I'm going to get a text saying I need to go present, and I will leave to present and come back. But my first question is process. My understanding was we were going to just go through a question and answer, and then tomorrow we would have these kind of nitty-gritty discussions on how things are actually going to lay out what we want in the budget. Is that not happening now? Did I
So-
hear a transition just take place in the middle of this?
Kind of, yes. So that is a valid question. Director Henry wondered if we had a consensus on any of them, it would be helpful to the staff that they could calculate the numbers and have them ready for when we need the exact numbers when we approve the whole budget.
Okay.
So
And
we
then-
don't have to make any amendments now.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So my second question would actually probably go to Director Henry. What would be the cost implication of removing the city service fee and bringing the other 50 cents of the $1.50 online this year? What would be the net change in the budget?
I will have to look through that, but we can get it for you before the end of this meeting.
Well, I did ask this question several months ago, so I was hoping this would be part of this discussion already, and it wasn't, so I'm...
So I can actually give you the round numbers, like 6 zeros. The city services charge generates about $2.3 million, and 50 cents in the tax levy is about $1.7 million. So
So the numbers I saw were 1.8, a little less than 2.3, and then there's costs associated with administering, which actually bring down the 2.3 even further. So I'd like a net of what that actually ends up being, if I could have that available, please.
Are there, Counselor Payne?
I apologize for not being here last week. I had a family emergency, so is it okay if I backpedal a little bit? Sure, quickly. So just with regard to the proposed reductions, I'm having a hard time reconciling overtime in the police department, and I can get into that a little bit more with the police department, but I'm concerned about the program reductions in the police department because there's things like, like the RV towing and dismantling. Just because it's been cut doesn't mean it won't be necessary to spend it anyway.
We did have a clarification that that was a reduction, not a complete cut.
Right, yes, I understood that, thank you. And then I mentioned this to Attorney Lightenberg, so thank you for offering me a little bit of clarity on the opioid settlement funds. I would like more, it feels very vague to say spending on not yet to be determined collaborative projects. When we're talking about a deficit, it seems like a great time to talk about where those funds can be resourceful. I additionally had confusion about the debt services. I guess my primary question at this time is who can authorize a refinance of a bond? Is that a council decision? Is that a city manager decision, finance director decision? I'm asking specifically about the 2006 bond, the Civic Hall.
Traditionally, refinancing is an act of the policy body.
I would love more information about the refinance process that happened a few years ago for that 2006 bond that extended us from ending in 2024 to 2027. Thank you for your patience. I'll wait on that one for IS. And then we're done with community development.
No, I was going to see if people had further questions.
Okay, I do have a question, but I can wait and get in line. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions about the Community Development Department?
I would like to move that we do change the Community Development Special Projects Manager to 0.75 to reflect what was intended.
Second.
I second.
So I have that Counselor Cunningham moved to have the budget reflect that what was intended, the 0.75, changing it from 1 FTE, and the second was by Committee Member Harmon Ferry. Is there a discussion?
I would have a discussion.
Yes.
The question, I guess, for staff, the Special Projects Manager, what's the work plan for that position this year in the proposed budget?
Based on the proposal of 0.75 FTE?
Correct.
Yes. So she will be the project manager for the ADA transition plan. She's also a co-project manager for the 3rd Street Improvement Project, and she's the project manager for the Innovation Campus. All of her hours are billed into the grants that support those projects in the 0.75 FTE.
And then previous was a reference to $3 million that position brought in. Can you remind me what the $3 million was?
Yeah, sure. So the portion of her time, of this position's time, that is 0.25, is general fund funded, and it was the support of the legislative work that the city initiated about 3 years ago. That was propping up a program to create better relationships with our state and federal legislatures, and to also be more aggressive about applying for direct allocations from both the states and the federal government. It's been successful. We have been able to bring in about $3 million through that effort, and have started really establishing the relationships at those levels. But it is her time into that program, that work into that program, is general fund funded.
And what specifically was the $3 million?
So the $3 million was $850,000 was a federal allocation for the 3rd Street Improvement Project, and that's to bring it to 100% construction documents. That was through Congresswoman Salinas' office. And then the other two amounts were from the state. So $2 million came into the city to help build the pump station for Zone 2, Water Zone 2, to help open up housing development in Water Zone 2. And then $195,000 came in for infrastructure support for MVA advancements and their housing project that they're building there for seniors and disabled persons.
The $2 million was used by the city to build the water pump, or McMinnville Water and Light to build the water pump?
The $2 million was secured by the city for the development project. All development projects that have water infrastructure then contract with Mac Water and Light to build that project.
Okay, thank you.
And I should say, for that $2 million, that $2 million also has performance metrics in it for the developer, which is to build 20 units of workforce housing and have them deed restricted for those households for 10 years.
Mayor Morris? This is still concerning the motion, right? Nope. Is there any further discussion concerning the motion?
So we can change that if we wanted to, but
I think
it's all paid with grants. Every bit of it. There's no staff time at all that's out of the general fund for Jody.
When it becomes a 0.75 FTE, that all those hours are paid for with grant funds.
Okay.
Claudia, will you call a roll call for this amendment? Do I need to say it again, or? Okay, great.
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Committee Member Frost?
Aye.
Thank you. Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
Chair Maxfield?
Aye.
And the motion passes by a vote of 12-0.
So, Director Henry, will you pull up the spreadsheet every time, or just when people request? How is that going to work?
So I am adding it to the spreadsheet, yes. If we want to look at it, when we get a little further down and we have a few more things, I'll be happy to pull it up and look at balances. For right now, that adds us 61,000, that more than we had to play with. Once we discuss whether we're aiming for 1.5 months or 2 months, we can see more clearly how much wiggle room we have.
Thank you.
Right now, there's a few extra numbers on the screen because I'm not sure which direction we're heading.
Thanks. Mayor Morris.
Hi, Heather. So I've asked this question a lot of times, and I know you know what I'm going to ask, is just the amount of people in the department and the amount of projects that are done at one time and the amount of consultants that go with it. So the increase in the payroll, increase in the consultant cost, and just realistically wondering if there is a way to cut any of that back.
So I guess I was thinking about this over the weekend since Thursday night's discussion. It's kind of counterintuitive, right? So we have a reduced FTE per capita for planning staff relative to what the state norm is. And based on having less staff, but still having the same mandates of other cities of our size or larger, we rely on consultant expertise to respond to those mandates. So that's why you see more in professional services and less in staff. If we staff up and bring some of that expertise in, we could probably bring some of those projects in-house. I'm not sure how many, and to give you an example, the city of McMinnville is 35,000 people. When a state bill is passed, they're always making performance metrics for cities that are 25,000 or more. That puts us in the same category as the city of Bend, as Salem, as Eugene, as Portland. And those communities all have planning staffs of 20 plus people. And the 20 plus people will have a transportation planner, they'll have a climate planner, they have special industry planners working within the city responding to those state mandates. If we brought a transportation planner into McMinnville that would do the transportation planning, which is an active discussion when we're going through our quasi-judicial land use process, traffic always comes up, that's a higher certified planner to bring into the stable of the staffing to be able to respond to those needs. Right now, we consult with an outside vendor for $25,000 a year to provide that service. So it's, you know, it's making the decisions of where you're investing resources for the expertise you need to bring in and how much of that expertise you need here in McMinnville to serve our needs. I did look at the long-range work plan based on the discussion that you had on Thursday night. All those projects are committed and moving forward at this point in time based on direction we got from City Council last year, and we sent out that staff report and work plan per the request. There's one project that's mandated by the state, which is the UGB alternatives analysis. We had a grant for that to help us with that work of about $95,000. Because things got delayed here locally, we lost that grant, and so it became general fund funded. Thinking about that, I'm hoping, and we've been cranking through the numbers to try and get to a place where we're not going to need to do a UGB amendment. I've done 2 in my career. There's many planners who don't do any. I'm happy with the 2. And so, you know, what we hope to get to, we have urban growth area to plan for and expand into. I don't think that that's a necessary planning process for McMinnville right now. We're just doing it because the state has told us we have to do it. If we can get to a point with our numbers in terms of what our needs analysis is, and the innovation campus planning is helping us to reduce need, our housing planning is helping us to reduce need, the parks plan that we just went through also helped us to reduce need. If we can get that need number down to 0, we don't have to do a UGB alternatives analysis. So my recommendation to you tonight, and I've talked with Jeff about this on Tuesday, is I would also like to propose putting on the table, removing that $100,000 for that UGB alternatives analysis. And if we get to a place where we need to do that, right now, we're in a contract with the state per law where we have to provide that by March of 2026. We'll know if we need to provide that by September of this year. And if we need to provide that, DLCD is opening up their grant program, and I will be visiting with them about getting the funding from them that we lost last year for this work to see if we can get funding for that work. But I'm hoping that we won't even have to do that work. I don't know if that answered your question directly.
It does. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you went and looked at it and found there was something that we could take off, which is my goal. It just feels like there's a lot of projects that go on at the same time. We have grants, we get so far, and then if we don't get funding, then we have to go back and redo things. And then just the payroll costs go up, a couple, 200,000 on one and 200 on another in the last couple of years. So just concerned of the costs that are in that particular department, but you have three. So you have current, you have administration, and you have long range. Yeah. So just thinking ahead, if there were things that really aren't mandated that can be put aside and finish a project, more projects at one time. And again, as I'm going to stress a million times over, I want you to be open to our local developers. I want those hours for them to get their answers and to be able to speak to somebody, not just 12 to 5.
Again, which is counterintuitive to the request.
Yeah, but you have planners, and so we can't put all of our monies in the planner box. We have to also put some over here for customer service box.
Well, the planners are your customer service. So planners do the customer service at the permit counter.
Not dealing with our local developers is, to me, not a solution. We have to figure out whether to adjust the hours, but 12 to 5 every day. Developers and builders, they work in the mornings.
Yeah, and you have asked me for that. I did promote an ad. So we reduced our hours because we actually have reduced staffing in terms of development services at the Community Development Center. So if you look at the staffing levels, I provide that in that staff report that went to City Council in 2024. With the reductions that we have recommended for this year to meet the reduction process, we're actually back down to staffing levels that occurred in this community back in 2005, 2006, 2007. At that time, we didn't have the same level of state mandates for planning that we're seeing today. It's what we have to respond to at the state is something I haven't seen in my 25 years of doing this. It's just on this tsunami level. So we're doing, and we also brought urban renewal into our program, and we're doing that as well. So we're doing more with the same amount of people that we had back in 2005, 2006, 2007. For us to open the doors, that is a staffing question. The planners, the 5 FTEs that are in our planning program are our customer service at the counter. That's who's providing. We don't have customer service people except for one person who's spread across 3 different programs.
Right. So just if there's some adjustments that can be made in order to serve that community different than the way it is now.
Yeah, and so I committed to you, I'll look at that, and I will look at that. What I'd like to do actually is call together the local developers so I can find out what their needs are within our resources and respond to that.
That would be
If it means
fantastic.
adjusting the hours to different times, we'll definitely look at that.
Perfect. Thank you, Heather.
Committee Member Bolden.
I think this is your area, but it may not be, so.
Can you speak into the mic a little bit closer? Thank you.
Okay. So I am curious about, obviously, building and planning. I think that's what we're covering right now.
Planning, the building is a separate fund altogether, so we'll be talking about that at a future time.
Okay, so where would SDCs be under?
SDCs are actually a separate program altogether, and those are policies, decisions made by the city in terms of fees collected to support future infrastructure.
So, and forgive me that I don't know this for the city very well. So if, under what Mayor Morris was talking, if there was, can those funds only, and maybe this is to you, I'm not sure, can those funds be utilized towards this customer service staffing for build, or is it specific?
SDCs, and Jeff may want to weigh in on this, but SDCs are very highly regulated by state law because it's a fee imposed on developers. And the fees can only be, SDC charges can only be used for the impact of new development on the infrastructure system itself.
Okay.
Thank you. Counselor Geary?
Thanks. Just wanted to go back a little follow-up to Mayor's couple questions on the long-range list. So, it's the long-range list, and you talked about the staffing, and I know what you mean. In addition to that list that's published, there's other projects that staff pool is going to be working on throughout the budget, if I'm correct. The downtown master plan, it's the same pool of planners and staff that we're going to be asking to run that project as we are the other projects. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that should be on the overall list.
On your work plan, right?
If it's not, then that's on me. Yeah, no, that is under.
Right.
So if you see it as City of McMinnville Specialty Planning.
Understood.
That's under that group.
And then the transportation system plan update is on that list for that pool of planners, but in a different fund. So even just looking at that already aggressive long-range plan, we're adding these things to that same staff. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say, I don't see this as an aggressive work plan. This is not abnormal work for cities to do, and especially in the place where we are, where we just went through a UGB amendment. We have policies where we're supposed to be doing that facility planning within 5 years of adopting that UGB.
Okay.
And we're in year 3 or 4 at this point.
I think in my time on council, I've seen a lot of consternation around the finishing of those projects, and don't know if there's something that we can work through where we focus more on individual projects, one at a time, finish and complete, start and finish, versus multi-phase efforts on lots of different things, and feels like we're getting confused to death, or for us and the public. So I think some of that is, there's a lot going on, and maybe we should be looking at doing less better, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to remove any projects that city council directs me to remove. I often sit in meetings and hear from individual councilors, why haven't you moved this project forward or finished that project? Every councilor has its different project that it's interested in moving forward, but collectively, we work for the city council. This work plan is what has gone through the city council. Annually, we bring it to you to see if we're doing what we should be doing. I'm happy to adjust it, remove it, drop any of the projects. There are some that are under contract, as we discussed last Thursday. There are others that are funded with grants that, if I don't know if we don't finish the project, if we repay the grants. I haven't done that type of work.
I think as long as the TSP is the one we pick, I'm fine with that discussion, but.
And natural resources over here.
But in all seriousness, we got the pros plan done because we found another department to lead that effort, and maybe that's the solution, that the TSP is an engineering-led effort, that we can get that project done, relieve the burden of your staff, and have that engaged on the output. So there's other ways to do that.
Just to share with you, we do work very closely with the Public Works and Engineering Department, and we've talked about the TSP and management of it. That actually has been delayed because the engineering team was in a staff reduction space and needed to get staff capacity to participate in that. So some of these projects have been delayed due to staff capacity, either in planning, which happened a couple of years ago, or in engineering recently. But we do work collectively with each other. We talk about how to roll these projects out, because all these projects are impacting both engineering and planning on a very intense level for staff support. And then also there are other internal partners and external partners. So we're trying to work with all the different engaged staff that would participate in this to see when is the best time to put these on the street and get moving on them, so to speak. So some of the delay in the projects, it hasn't been based on planning staff capacity, it's been other staffing capacity.
So, but did I hear we can remove the $100,000 UGB alternatives assessment from the budget?
Yeah, I'm recommending that tonight. I visited with the city manager. He's comfortable with that recommendation as well. The only risk is if we have to do a UGB amendment and we don't get a grant, I'd probably have to come back to you, but I think that's a low risk at this point in time.
So would you need a motion to do that so we can throw it up on the big board?
Yes, please.
I would move to remove the $100,000 allocation for UGB alternatives analysis from the long-range planning line item budget.
I second.
Ladies first.
All right, is there, hearing that we have a motion by Counselor Geary and a second by Counselor Peralta, is there any discussion needed?
Just thank you, Heather.
Yeah, thank you for your hard work. Claudia, will you do a roll call, please?
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Committee Member Frost?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
Chair Maxfield?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously by a vote of 12-0.
Thank you. Counselor Geary has another.
One more thing. In the last council meeting, Special Project Manager Christensen gave an update on the Innovation Campus, and one current effort going on is the not marketing, branding exercise, I believe. Of the grant funds listed, what's the cost associated with that effort?
So of the grant funds, I don't know the specific deliverable costs of that effort. It's being funded through the Business Oregon grant. We have 2 Business Oregon grants for that project. One is for $100,000 and one is for $60,000. Both of those grants support the master planning work and the branding work. And so following the master planning and the branding, we will then go into the public infrastructure feasibility analysis, and those grants are not supporting that, but that's next fiscal year's work.
So it's either the 100 or the 60?
Both of them. So the scope of work for both grants is a combination of the master planning and the marketing.
So you don't know what specifically the cost of the branding exercise is?
No, I can get that to you. It's in our contract deliverables. All that work needs to be completed by June 30. The master planning work, we hope, knock on wood, we just learned today, is nearly to completion in terms of a preferred land use scenario with the property owners. And then branding work is almost done with the property owners as well. And so that will go to the project advisory committee in June.
If you could please follow up with that number, that'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Counselor Cunningham?
Yeah, I am wary of lowering the FTEs in your department. I look at the work there and have looked at the packets that have been produced by your team and the amount of effort that goes into so many of these decisions is actually remarkable to me. The long-range projects that you have that you're working on, I would assume that a majority of it is to guide the development of McMinnville, that the growth of McMinnville.
Yeah, I would say there's two types of planning efforts that are happening. So some of it is growth planning, so that's the Southwest Area Plan and the public facility plans. For growth to occur in the UGB areas that have been amended into the city, those plans need to be done so that we know what infrastructure we need to serve them, and then also where housing and commercial and everything else is going to go. So before land can annex into the city, that work needs to happen. The other work we're doing, like the innovation campus work, I would call that more local planning, and it's really based on what we heard from the community in terms of community values. So the innovation campus is intended to provide a sector of jobs in this community that we don't currently have, which is sort of higher wage knowledge-based jobs that we lost with the HP campus when that left McMinnville. And the other thing it's doing, so this is the piece that leads into the UGB alternatives analysis, we show a need for industrial land because we have a low jobs per acre in our industrial land. If we're able, that Innovation Campus is planning for industrial area, if we're able to increase the jobs per acre in that area, we can take land off of that need analysis and not have to go through a UGB amendment. So it's serving that purpose as well.
Yeah, and for me, it's the not having enough staff, which we could argue we're short on staff as it is right now, just would end up slowing that whole process down, which would ultimately cost our community funds and resources because of the investment that would be put in houses. That would hopefully slow the increase of costs to home ownership or rentals. And so I would definitely say that we need to make sure we're moving forward as quickly but as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and the other thing I would add is what I've seen in McMinnville is I came from a program that was very proactive in its planning and had a lot of dialogue with the community about what they wanted, and then was able to embed that in the plans. And as development occurs there, the community is very receptive and embracing of that development in terms of how it looks in that community. It's representing that community's vision. And here in McMinnville, because there's been such a deferred investment in planning for so many years, we just don't have that proactive planning that's occurring here. We're in a more reactive state. And so in the time that I've been here, I've heard from the community a lot of complaints about the type of development that's occurring and it not reflecting the community's values. Well, the state is telling us you need to allow this many units per acre, you need to do this, you need to remove these barriers. And so all that happens, and the developer moves forward and comes in and says the state law says we can do this, and we don't have any local codes in terms of, okay, you can do this, but this is how we want you to do it in McMinnville. And so some of the planning we're doing now, so like with the Southwest Area Plan, having that opportunity to have a discussion of what will this area look like when it's developed, the above ground environment and the aesthetics and how it interacts with each other, that conversation is so critical to get in front of before the development occurs.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, yes, Councilor Peralta.
Thank you. I don't really have a question, Heather, just so much as a comment. I just want to say that I really appreciate your work ethic, your attention to detail, your judgment, and your commitment to protecting the livability of our city. In my opinion, and I agree with Councilor Cunningham, in my opinion, the planning department is really the engine for growth in the city. The way for our city to raise tax receipts without raising taxes, in my view, is to complete the area planning, complete the innovation campus planning, move projects forward in the urban renewal district, and thereby raising tax rates by increasing the number of properties for sale and the value of the properties that we have in the community. Mm-hmm. And it seems like that's something that you've been really laser focused on in your role for the entire time I've been on council, and I really appreciate that, and I think it serves the city long-term very well. So thank you for your work and for doing it during this budget process during a difficult time.
Thank you.
Councilor Tukolsky?
Yeah, I had a question. Director Richards, you and your staff do a pretty amazing job putting together all of your packets and your presentations and everything. My time on the Planning Commission, I appreciated what you put out there. I'm curious, have you considered how much you're creating for people to consume? The products that you create are very large, they're usually very in-depth, it seems like they take a lot of time, and it seems like you overserve. Have you considered cutting back in that area? Is it even possible to do so?
Yeah, the product that we put into the record, so now we're going to get into the bureaucratic legal language, right? But the product that we put into the record is serving two purposes. One, to inform the decision makers. Two, it's also to try and close any loopholes for potential appeals and defense of appeals. When I first got here, the planning department has had a history of appeals, and appeals are expensive to defend, right? So if we can do the due diligence up front, and this is sort of my approach, and if it's the wrong approach, we can change it, but my approach is if we can do the due diligence up front and put that work in up front so that we're not appealing on the back end and supporting the expense of the appeal, then that's what I have historically done. So some of it is also that, protecting that.
I understand. It seems like you do an A+ job when you could probably get away with a B-. I don't know if that's possible or not, but
Mentally, for me, no, but if it's the direction of city council, I'm happy to do it. Yes, I mean, we don't like producing, I feel like I write a lot of paperwork, so.
I know. I'm just trying to find ways to free staff.
Yeah,
We already have.
yeah. We'll bring that back and have that discussion as well. The planning team's having lots of discussions like this. We had the discussion this morning about the UGB alternatives analysis, so in terms of the permit hours and the counter hours, we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about perhaps reducing the paperwork.
Thank you.
Seeing no more comments, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 8:35 when we will move to the General Police Department.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Let's go.
If everyone could please take their seats.
MLB to McMinnville.
All right, we are going to continue with our meeting. Hope everyone feels a little bit more awake. We're back. Do I have any questions for the next section? Police. Oh, excuse me, sorry, Claudia has to make an announcement, sorry.
Yes, Committee Member Frost has left for the evening, but Counselor Chenoweth is now back with us as well. Welcome.
So my question for you is, last time around we went till the schedule was 9, but we ended up going to 9:30. I didn't bother to look to see if there was a scheduled time for tonight. Is there one, and what is it?
There is not one that I saw. I'm hoping we go strong for a while. So I don't know what that means. I'm just going to try to read everybody's body language and how many times people start getting up. That kind of usually tells me everyone's needs.
Debbie, get up now.
Do you have another question? Oh, okay. Okay, Counselor Tukolsky?
Yeah, I do have a question. So last week in this meeting, I was asked if there was a conflict of interest where I was basically ambushed by a number of people. It was premeditated. What happened with that was a social media storm kind of erupted a bit, and came to light that you are a supporter of Black Lives Matter. And through that, they are a defund the police organization. And I checked that out today to make sure that they still are. That still is advertised on their website. So I guess what I'm asking you, and I'm doing this with positive intent, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. How is it that you feel that you can, without conflict, chair a budget committee when we're talking about the police funding?
Thank you for bringing this up. That was I actually didn't even know that was still up. That was a picture from 2020 and a banner on an Instagram account I barely use from 2020. So when someone posted a picture of me and 2 of my children to a local social media thing, I was shocked and startled that people were stalking me. And I apologize that was still up. I supported the Black Lives Matter sentiment. I didn't support the specific organization, so I apologize for any confusion. Do you have any other further questions?
I don't find it confusing, but the entire premise of Black Lives Matter was to defund the police, and it's still stated that way. So I'm asking you, is there a conflict or not?
Oh, there is no conflict.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make the comment that Black Lives Matter emerged after the murder of a citizen by the police, and while it is political, the idea that the entire movement can be devolved into, one single position the way that you have, I think is a little inaccurate at best. I think that many people were outraged at what happened. My brother's a police officer. I love my brother. I respect the police. But I do not respect what happened in Milwaukee to that individual that sparked a national series of protests, and certainly can understand why anybody at that time would want to speak out and be a part of raising their concerns. And so now, 5 years later, to suggest that a person who has chaired these committee meetings in good faith for at least a couple of years and has been on this committee for some time has never, to my knowledge, said a negative word about any member of our staff, including the police, I just think is a little...
I hope you know I wasn't suggesting that. I was giving her the opportunity to go ahead and explain that because it had been called out earlier. That was all. So I had nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions or comments?
We're talking about the
Yes,
police
the
budget
police
now.
budget, yes.
Okay, all right.
You don't, okay, sorry.
I know, I think several folks had questions earlier. I don't know if they still have them.
I'll go.
Counselor Payne?
This is less probably for Chief Wood and more for City Manager Towery. Back to my point about I'm having struggles with considering how the overtime expenses is over 700,000 while we're not defunding, that's the wrong phrase. Thanks, Dan. while we're reducing staffing, which that 700 and some odd $1,000 in overtime is potentially 3 positions. So I'm conflicted at how that's a savings, how reducing the police force is a savings when the overtime is going to increase significantly.
The proposal of the police department is to not backfill with overtime as aggressively as we have done the last few years. So there's actually a reduction in overtime in the police department budget.
Or even as much as last year, because, we're only looking at the last fiscal, or I guess technically the current fiscal year that we're in, and it was 700 and some odd thousand. And so I'm concerned about how not having some of those positions leads into a savings. So I guess it would be better if I understood the difference in what is being predicted. That's just not clear to me as far as how much we're going to save by not as aggressively backfilling positions. I mean, when I think about like callback time is a big expense, and then we're losing an investigator, or perhaps that position's unfilled, and the investigator position was significantly staffed with overtime as well.
Katie Henry has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to respond to that. First of all, the positions that are being cut are positions that are vacant right now, so not reducing the current positions. The other is that the request was to review the minimum staffing levels and whether this was an option and whether these reductions in positions could potentially require a whole change in staffing, whether it is schedules, whether it is minimum levels, number of officers on at any given time, a variety of things. So the proposal was not that we can keep the same levels and not call people back. We understand that that's not possible. It was, is there an option we can look at with these cuts that we are looking at across the city that we could potentially look at in police as well, that would involve changing hours, changing size of police, changing what types of crimes we're going after, lowering amounts for traffic or for whatever it is that the chief would decide, should this be the decision of the budget committee to pursue what was proposed.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry.
Oh, I just wanted to point out to Councilor Payne, because you weren't here the other night, that we talked a little bit about the overtime, and I think it's answered in our packet, but it doesn't mean that if we added 3 officers, there wouldn't be overtime, because they are for court, and for a call may happen near the end of a shift and they have to stay longer to see it through. So it's not a 1-for-1.
No, but I think even like 2 positions, I mean, anything's going to help at this point. Are we doing discussion before Chief Wood presents, or are we?
He's already presented.
He's preemptively sitting up there ready for your task question.
Okay. Somehow I missed
sorry,
that.
Councilor Payne, I have a list, I have an order. Sorry. Councilor President Peralta.
Thank you, Chief Wood. After the last meeting, I had indicated my support to try and find resources to add back 2 to 3 positions to police staffing. I had a couple of questions. I think Finance Director Henry touched on one of them. So we've heard a few people, including the sheriff, say we don't want to see you cutting police positions, but really we have the current staffing level And then we have 6 or 7 positions that we've tried to fill over the last year but haven't been able to, and those positions which haven't been filled were the ones that were initially removed. Is that accurate?
Yes, the initial positions that were considered for not funding were positions that were vacant at the time.
And those positions have been vacant for quite some time, haven't they? We've had a difficulty filling them.
So, yes, there's been several years, a number of years anyway, that's gone through since the city has been fully staffed in the police department.
So we had, say, 6 positions open for most of last year, but couldn't fill 6 positions. And the number of candidates that you have been getting for those positions hasn't been what it had been in the past, based on your testimony. I mean, in general, writ large, applications to police service have kind of declined, and we're seeing some of that here in the community.
In general, across the board, law enforcement agencies across the nation have seen a decline in the number of applicants that they are receiving today compared to 10, 15, or even 20 years ago. So McMinnville police are not unique in their ability or their struggle to staff all of their positions. I think we carry a higher than average number of vacancies, especially for our size. The reason for those are varied, and the reason for some of the turnover is varied. But the reality is those positions have been carried as vacancies.
If we were to find resources to add back in 2 to 3 positions, and you were to start hiring for those positions right away, do you still have job applications posted?
We have reopened for job applications for the current vacancies that we have beyond what was proposed to not be funded.
Got it. So if you were to get funding for 2 or 3 more positions, do you have a sense of what the timeline would be to fill those positions realistically?
Well, you would have a commitment for me to fill them as soon as I could humanly do so. It's been a number 1 priority for me since I took this job. I've recognized the need to staff these positions, not only to impact the deliveries of service to the community, but the wear and tear on MACPD staff.
Thank you. And then final question to the question that I asked in terms of 2 or 3. Obviously, more is always better, but is there any real difference in efficiencies within the department? Would one additional make a huge difference? Did you have an answer to my question, I guess, from last week?
I don't know that I could give you an order of magnitude to say, if you give me this position, that you will get this much increase in service. That's difficult to measure in the kind of work that we do. We're very responsive to what happens out in the community in large part. And then we try and be as proactive as we can. And I think this community has a big desire for as much proactive policing as it can receive. The fewer number of officers I have available is the less amount of proactive policing I can do, because the more minutes of their hour that they're on the street are tied up in response to calls for service, not in proactive traffic enforcement and community policing related activities.
Thank you. Actually, I do have one more question, if I may. So currently we have a code enforcement division of 1 person. We're considering the service level for that. We have a security company that we pay. I'm not sure what the budgeted amount is for this year, but we pay for the library. Do you find those services or value adds to support your work in the police department?
Yes.
And so you wouldn't recommend reallocating money away from either of those 2 things to support your services?
That work has to get done somewhere, whether the code enforcement is done by McMinnville Police Department or it's done by someone at community development. That work doesn't go away. It's a reshuffle and reallocation of those responsibilities. We work pretty closely with code enforcement in many of the aspects of their job that directly relate to policing. So I don't know that work would still have to be accomplished in some form or fashion.
Right. So then, with regard to code enforcement, that department is currently at 1. There's been some desire to also increase that to 2 so that they can more fully serve the community. Is that something that you would suggest or support?
I'm not sure how to answer your question. I mean, there are aspects of code enforcement that, at least enforcement of the municipal code, that I think are underserved at the moment, and I don't know if some of those, one of the topics that's been before this body multiple times in the last few months is animal control. And I don't know that a code enforcement person doing in the field animal control response is appropriate. I think there's some safety concerns related to that, dealing with animals that may or may not be dangerous, and people who may or may not be happy to have their pets impounded. So it's a difficult question to answer, and I don't mean to ramble, but I think that there's aspects of enforcement of the municipal code that you have to consider, what's more important to the community.
Yeah. That's a fair response, Chief, and thank you so much for your service and for your answers today.
Mayor Morris?
Thank you, Chief Wood, for being here. So I think everybody in this room knows that safety is my #1 concern for this town and has been for a long time. I think every meeting that we have somebody that comes up here and talks to us about whether it be a dog issue, whether it be a transient on private property, crime, traffic, loud cars. There's always one, if not more than one. I feel that it's the backbone of our entire community. You have to feel safe, and if you don't feel safe, you're not going to stay here. You're going to move on, and that's where we need to start. I tried to express that at the budget meeting work session, that it was a priority for me. I was sad to see the proposed budget, but I understand we have to cut somewhere, but I'm going to propose that we add it back. Thank you. And I will be making a motion shortly.
So I put myself in line. I didn't cut anyone. But I had a question. If we were to amend the reductions and we found, I'm not sure how much, but say it wasn't all of it, so I don't have an exact number in mind, but say it's $500,000. Which positions do you think would you add back, or which programs and services would you add back first? Do you have a priority in your mind? I don't know if this is different than Sal's question enough.
I think that we have to prioritize the first responders to the top of the list. Those are the people who are going to show up at your door when you dial 911, right? So some portion of those 3 uniformed patrol officers, I think, would need to be prioritized towards the top of that list. And it's difficult for me to say that to you, because I've spent a great deal of my career in major crimes and in the investigation of major crimes, and I understand the importance of that work, and it's very near and dear to my heart. But our primary service to this community is response to emergency calls for service. So those positions would need to come first. I also have some concerns about the elimination of the administrative position. I think there are some things looming that the sheriff spoke to earlier in the evening that could have a significant impact on us and the work that we do, and our capacity to absorb it.
Thank you. I'm sure that is hard to prioritize. Next, we have Committee Member Watney.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been listening to a lot of back and forth here regarding the police department, staffing, et cetera. I agree that something does need to be done. However, with 6 open positions, and I do believe last year we had 6 positions, and the year before that we had 4 positions. Now, this is only my 3rd year here, but it's been an open scenario. So simply adding money back into a budget is not going to solve the problem. The problem is we can't get people here. So I think the more important thing is, when do we bring in the marketing people to make it look very attractive for people that want to be in this industry to come to McMinnville and become part of our wonderful, and I do believe that. I've had a couple of instances with the city police, and I have to appreciate them. And I think that's where we need to be thinking about, is how do we get the people in the door? And we can't do it by putting an ad out. Indeed is not a place to put an ad. We need marketing people that can help us make it attractive. So throwing money back isn't going to work unless we're going to include some way of marketing this position. That's just an observation. And if we think we can do that, my opinion is $500,000 out of the going into the reserve would be a great place. That's all.
Committee Member Bolden?
Hi, Chief.
Hello?
So I'm going to follow along with a little bit of what y'all are saying, but I have a history in finances for law enforcement of over 12 years, so I do understand a little bit about that. And one of the things that I think that I haven't really heard, and that I just, a little bit of clarification on, because it's obviously probably changed because I've been out of it for a while. It actually has to be more than 1 year of commitment for those FTE. Is that not accurate? Because if you get, listening to the people that came and spoke, you get, laterals are very difficult at this point in time, maybe to attract to the city of McMinnville. So you get a brand new hire who has to go be trained, correct?
Yes.
And how long, that timeline for them to be trained from the time of hire till they actually can be solo on the street is a decent amount of time. Is that not accurate?
Yeah, it's approximately a year before we actually realize the ability to utilize that person as a fully functional police officer. They go to after they're hired, they go to DPSST, the Public Safety Training Academy here in the state, for 16 weeks. We're very fortunate, at least at this moment, that the timeline to get them in is much reduced from what it was in the not-so-distant past. They go spend their 16 weeks there. We bring them back here. They spend a minimum of 16 weeks in our in-house training, field training, so that they can actually become certified and learn how to be a McMinnville police officer. And then once both of those steps are completed, they're able to go out and be a functioning, someone that I can utilize as a police officer on the street.
On the street,
right,
as a solo officer.
So yeah, you're looking at 8 months of training, and that's if everything went from A to B to C to D, and nobody got sick, or nobody, went on vacation, or there's always some way to find a gap in there. But
so it is
8 months to a year is a very good rule of thumb for how long it takes from the hire of a brand new person as a police officer to having an asset that you can utilize.
So right. So just because from experience, I know that you have the year to get them to the road, and then you really need the commitment that you're going to keep them.
Mm-hmm.
You want to train them, have them, like these people I spoke to, move on somewhere else, or
100%.
Right? Okay, that's the first thing. And then the second thing that I keep kind of hearing is the open FTE piece, that we keep talking about, these FTE that are open. But really hasn't some of that been fruition? I mean, hasn't that been, you've had retirements of people that have been here over 25 years or over 50, and recruitment, I mean, there's some of that, is that not accurate?
So there's going to be a variety of reasons why we have vacancies, and I apologize, I can't break down the direct history of how and when we received vacancies over the last couple of years, because I've been here for 4 months, and I haven't been able to explore the history of everything that has happened since I got here. But there's a variety of reasons. We had some retirements at the end of last year. We've had some folks who we hired and got back in field training, and they weren't a good fit for the career. People move on to other places. They do it for a variety of reasons, and some of those could be that they're not happy working within the community. Some of those reasons could be, others, maybe their spouse gets a job in another community, and unfortunately, it's not difficult to get a job as a police officer somewhere if you're really willing to or wanting to find that job.
Cord, could I add a little bit? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Over here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't tell who was speaking.
That's okay. I just wanted to add a little bit to this conversation. In late 2023, early 2024, we did a resiliency survey with the police department. We really wanted to understand how we keep people here. And so we're really trying to work towards that retention. So it's not just that marketing piece of getting people in the door, but it's how we keep people here. And so I just pulled up the email that I had sent to the police department following that survey, and I just wanted to call out some of the things that were mentioned in that survey because I think it's important to this conversation. One of the things that was mentioned, and specifically we committed to reviewing, was the scheduling options that we have with our current officers. So that's something that we've committed to reviewing. Many people mentioned that they hadn't had performance evaluations in a number of years, so we've implemented that. There were some concerns about just general behavior and the culture in the police department, and we're working on those things. There's also mention about not having specialized teams, and I think Cord and prior Police Chief Matt Scales has spoke to the fact that we don't have those teams because we don't have the staffing. Many mentions of wellness initiatives, which I know the police department has been working on and has implemented several policy changes and different things in the department to work towards wellness. We also talked, there was also mention of technology being outdated in our police department, and I know that's a direct impact of our budget. The other major thing that was mentioned repeatedly throughout the survey was a lack of recognition and appreciation. So we are working on those things as well. I know there's some policy changes coming, but we'll be continuing to work on that. I feel like those things were just important to the conversation because it's not just getting people in the door, but it's retaining people, and that is important to all of us here, and we're working towards some of those things in different ways. It obviously does not make an immediate impact on recruitment. Those are things that we know to change a culture, it takes a really long time. And when we're hiring police, it sometimes comes through word of mouth about where it's good to work. And so we're trying to change our culture from the inside so that other people are attracted to McMinnville. So not just retaining, but also working on recruitment through that process.
Vicky's correct. One of the best recruiting tools that I have are the members of the department, because they know how to go out and find people like themselves who are successful here and recruit those folks, hopefully. And I think I would love to have the ability to have some more marketing funds available to make the multimedia, recruiting tools that you see from some law enforcement agencies out there. But we can get people to come to McMinnville. And in my time here, there was a brief period of time where we had as many as 6 lateral applicants in the process. Unfortunately, a number of those that looked very, very promising withdrew, and I don't know the reasons for their withdrawal, but I do think we can attract people here because I think this is some place that people want to live, people want to raise their children, people want to send their children to school. It's all reasons why I wanted to come here. So I think we can make it attractive.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Yeah, so I just wanted to, first off, kind of correct. One of the open positions came open in FY 2025. That's the administrative support position.
That
So
is
just
correct.
for clarity on some of the previous testimony. I also wanted to follow up on the comments, and I'm glad our HR director said everything that she said, because comparing what we've been experiencing prior to, say, the first of this year, or even a year and a half ago, prior to that, to where we're at today in terms of our ability to recruit and retain, is not a fair comparison. It's apples to oranges. We have a new chief, we have different HR, we have different processes in place, so things have changed. And so I don't want to draw the comparison to where we were to today, because I don't think that's a fair comparison. And I would also like to echo that I think probably in my experience in other realms is that your best recruiters are your current employees. So I would echo that 100%. I think that was a spot-on response. I would like to also strongly disagree with our wonderful new chief, in that I absolutely would go to the mat for the reserve program. And I would go to the mat for the reserve program for a multiple of reasons. But the first is that, yes, we do need to support our paid police officers, and I totally understand that. But part of the way we support them is providing them with extra tools to be available that the reserve program can provide. Taking those folks out of the mix actually means more hours that are going to have to be worked that would have been taken by those reserve police officers. So that's number one. Number two, in the old days, the reserve program was a tremendous recruiting tool. And I think we've had conversations about that. I think you're in agreement with that. I think that recruiting tool is not a dead one. I think that recruiting tool can be one brought back to life. And I don't want to get rid of a recruiting tool when we need as many tools in the bucket or in the box or whatever the phrase is, I'm not using it correctly, as we possibly can have. So I would be a huge advocate, and hopeful I can get buy-in on this since it's only $30K in the budget, to maintain our reserve program, and not only to maintain it, but to ask that going forward we consider finding ways to creatively utilize it, to recruit and to help our current force that we have today. So that's point one I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make is that, Mayor, I'm 100% behind you. I think when it comes right down to it, when we think about what we've listened to in my 5 years on council, the 4.5 years, I don't want to exaggerate, on council, the number one issue consistently that has come before us over and over and over and over again has been public safety. And what could be better addressing that issue than more police officers on the street to deal with the crime as it comes forward? I would like to see all of that back in the budget, and I really want to see the reserve program utilized to its fullest potential. Thank you.
Councilor Tukolsky?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We're talking about marketing. I would like to elaborate based on my experience in that area. The best marketing tool that you have are the officers that are already in there, because when someone is a lateral or someone is a recruit and they come spend time with the officers that are actually within the department today, the tenured people, those are the people that will be selling this the best. And if we're able to support those folks more and show these recruits and laterals that there's not as much paperwork as their current position, or perhaps there's a lot of cases taken by the McMinnville Police Department, and there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of time spent at the desk. If we could show these people that this place supports them through staffing, the greatest marketing tool that you have is a ride-along, an evening, a day spent with the tenured officers that can be the greatest advocates for those people to come to the department. So I agree that we need marketing. It's very important, but the greatest marketing is the current staff. So I just wanted to add that.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
This might be a question for Jeff, I'm not sure. If we were to say, put in a position, and I'm going to use fake numbers just so it's easier math for me. So if we put in a position at $200,000, but we weren't able to fill it for 6 months, so we have $100,000 that we didn't spend, what would happen to that unused money? Would that go into a contingency fund?
Yeah, typically unspent funds in the general fund just
roll back,
become part of the carryover into the next year. Just wanted to note that Director Henry had her hand up too. I don't know if it was to respond to a different issue.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
Director Henry.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, as we go down this road and we're talking about adding things back in from police, I just want to mention, even though we're not to municipal court yet, the decrease of the 1 FTE in municipal court and the decision not to move forward on the software went hand in hand with this decrease in police. If there is a decision to move forward with adding back police, I just don't want the budget committee and council to forget that it takes administrative support, and our municipal court really has to support the police. They go hand in hand. And so if we have the officers to do that proactive policing, we need the court to be able to respond to it as well. So just don't forget that there's that side of it as well. Just a cautionary note.
Councilor Peralta?
Thank you. I just want to put my kind of 2 cents in, and people should have probably figured this out based on my earlier comments, but I'm definitely in favor of adding back to the police department. I just want to flag for everybody's attention that is about 40%, the department itself is about 40% of the overall general funds budget. From the actual 2022 budget for police, it was $9.149 million. The proposed budget coming to us for police was $12.008 million. So the current service level for police in McMinnville is higher than it was in 2022. I think we all agree that in 2022 it was too low. But I just caution about, if we had unlimited resources, I would love to add every position back to everything that we're cutting overall writ large. But we don't have unlimited resources, so we need to make choices across different policy areas. And I'm concerned that if we, say, fully fund police, add in the municipal court, then, it's important to remember that the remainder of the budget, everything else to this point, is already $4 million less. That's okay. It's already $4 million less than the amended budget last year. So we're reducing the service level for everything else already by, $4 million or $3.5 million, and then talking about adding in a full amount to one department. I'm concerned that that is not going to leave much for the rest of the city, parks maintenance, other types. There's been a desire by a large number of people, and the city council has voted multiple times to allow voters to decide on whether or not we want a new recreational facility. And so I just want to make sure that folks are putting these claims for resources against one another and recognizing that we don't, that we're not in a situation where we have unlimited resources to do everything we want to do. And one of the reasons why these 7 positions or 6 positions were initially slated was that they will not eliminate a current staff member with the city. So I just wanted to kind of flag that out there as well, that, I'm not really interested in laying off more existing city staff to fill positions, particularly positions that have been open for some time and we haven't been able to fill to this point. I guess the last point I'd make is that we're not going to talk about this in detail during this budget process, but I really believe that one of the biggest factors that is negatively impacting recruitment, whether we're talking about police or any other position in the city, is housing affordability or lack thereof. Workforce housing is not sufficient for people to live in the city, and the people we heard testifying today said that they're mostly not living here, they're living somewhere else and coming into town. So I just wanted to throw those things out there. Thank you.
Council President Peralta, could I offer something in response to a question you previously asked me, trying to quantify the impact of an additional officer? I don't know if this will make your decision easier or more difficult in the next couple of nights. Friday night was a busy night for McMinnville Police. UFO Festival was in town. There was a lot of additional people who came to town to partake in that. McMinnville Police, for the graveyard shift that night, took 33 calls for service, and we had 4 people working. So that's a little bit more than 7 calls per officer that evening. That's not taking into account what those calls for service were. Some, as you know, I'm sure some calls are more detailed and complex and difficult and take more time than others. But if you take one of those people away from that shift that night, then you have each officer taking 11 calls during their 12-hour shift. And if you assume that each call takes 45 minutes to an hour to deal with from the time you receive it to the time you write the report about it and are done, that's every minute of their shift accounted for due to the number of folks that we had on the street.
Thank you. Counselor Payne?
Finance Director Henry, could you confirm, please, on page 171 of the paper hard copy budget, that YCOM is 707,000 now, or thereabouts? They went to 10% increase instead of 8, I think is what I saw. I just want to get the number right.
Said 171.
The number that is in the budget right now is lower than the final number will be. Chris will correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe the number we have in there is lower. Can you tell me the page number again?
171.
Okay,
The proposed budget has an 8% increase.
I would-
and what we
Right.
heard was 10.
If I may, I was in the YCOM Executive Board meeting the other day. It is a 10% increase, and the city of McMinnville is responsible for $666,266, which accounts for the 10% increase. So last year, last budget, it was $605,000. This year it's $666,000.
Does that include the, do you know, Dan, if that includes, sorry, Counselor Tukalski, do you know if that includes the equipment debt payment?
I don't believe it does.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to make a motion to get that number correct?
Director Henry?
Technically, yes, it's a $12,000 adjustment to add it. It is small enough that it could just be at the end out of changes, but technically, yes, we should make a $12,000 add to the transfers out.
Well,
Okay, I move that we go ahead and correct the number to the 12,000 and whatever change.
Second.
all right. Counselor Cunningham made the motion and is seconded by Mayor Morris. Can I have a roll call?
Sorry, if I may.
Do we have a discussion? Sorry.
Can it not be whatever?
The or whatever was a little troubling to me.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
I move that we adjust it to the, can I get the number again?
266.
$666,266.
move that.
Is that acceptable?
Okay.
Do I have a second? Second. All right. So Counselor Cunningham moved that we adjust it to the amount that Counselor Tukolsky said, and Mayor Morris seconded. Claudia, can we have a roll call?
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
And Chair Maxfield?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously by a vote of 12-0.
Mayor Morris.
So I want to start the process, instead of going all in. I'm going to start with something and then we can add. But I would like her to propose that we add back in the 3 full-time police officers that are on patrol. I don't know what that amount is.
Second.
That amount for 3 patrol officers is $521,100. With the associated training, overtime, and staffing costs, the fully loaded amount.
You already did it.
So we have a motion by Mayor Morris for adding the 3 patrol officers back, and a second by Counselor Peralta, but I think we're going to have some discussion.
Yeah, I would like to, if I may, start
Yes.
with that discussion. And that's, it honestly is really going into what Committee Member Watney said and the recollection of other city councilors here. We have had 4 vacancies at our best. We have had more right now and in the past. Funding these 3 positions does not get us anywhere. It is not, it's funding for hope. It's not funding out of reality. We need to fund for reality, not hope. If we end up seeing a change in the police department world in the entire United States, and we start seeing more cadets going through the program and creating a pool to hire from, then it will become reality. But what you're asking is to fund hope.
No, I'm not.
We historically, I don't know if we can get anything more historic, but if we've ever had less than 4, I would like to know what year that was.
May I?
I could probably find that out for you. Obviously, I don't have the history with the organization.
I started here in 2022. So that's as far back as I have at the top of my head, and I have not seen that number since I started.
Yeah, sorry, we have an order. Counselor Peralta.
Thank you. Counselor Cunningham, I definitely appreciate your comments, and I agree with them to a certain point. But at the same time, if we don't fill positions in the regular order of business, if we'd like to add more people to the police force, we won't be able to do that as part of the regular budget. So I feel like even if the chief is not successful in filling all 3 positions immediately, giving him the authority to hire those positions makes a lot of sense. The thing that gave me heartburn, and the thing that I was conversing with Mayor Morris after I seconded the motion, was that I think we also need to talk about how we intend to pay for these positions. And as I mentioned in the last meeting, my opinion is that we should keep the strategic reserve target at the level that it was last year, at 1.5 months. That's not a commitment, Director Henry, to keep it at that level in next year or the year after. But for this year in this budget cycle, I think that the most prudent thing to do would be to reduce the strategic reserve. The second area that we have increased significantly the service level is the money that we're now intending to set aside for capital investments. Now, I am led to believe, and the city manager can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe that we should be investing, based on the advice that we've received, $2.5 to $3 million per year in capital investments. We've not ever invested really anything in those investments. This budget contemplates $1 million. And so that's a big part of the shortfall that we're dealing with. But I suppose another place that we could look is to not put the full $1 million in there and put something a little bit less. And I'm sure I'm going to make some heads explode with that comment. So I would, looks like City Manager Towery has a response.
I was actually going to, I ballparked that number. And David Renshaw, can you come up to the mic and remind us $2.2 million a year is what the facilities needs assessment contemplates. Those annual maintenance. That doesn't expand facilities. That maintains the systems that we have.
Do you have another?
No, but thank you for that context.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Yeah, first I'd like to remind us of a friendly rule that I can't stand, but it is a rule of our decorum as counselors, in that we don't address each other. We always address the chair of the committee. So just friendly reminder, as tensions begin to wind up through this process, as I'm sure they're going to, let's keep our directing to the chair. Second, I also wanted to express, I have real concerns. I appreciate what's been said. One thing that I will say is, I've been involved in McMinnville politics since 2017. Got elected in 2020, but was going to basically every city council meeting starting in 2017, either via Zoom or in person. And I don't remember a time since 2017 that we had less than 4 vacancies. But conversely, I don't remember a time since 2017 that we had 6 laterals in the pipeline either. So something has changed. I know they're not in the pipeline now, but they were at one point in time in the last 4 months. Something has shifted. And I think that's an important realization. I made it earlier by saying, let's not compare apples to oranges by comparing what's happened a year and a half ago plus to where we are today. Something has changed. So just encouragement there. But I have heartburn over what our sheriff said. And that is that we have a bill on the horizon that is going to potentially bring a need for 2.5 FTEs at the sheriff's department. I don't know what that's going to mean for the city of McMinnville. And that's in the support staff, I would guess, if I understood what he was saying correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's probably the support staff position that we're going to need that for.
The sheriff was referring to support staff at the police office.
Yeah. So just bringing back police officers, I don't think is going to go far enough. And I wonder, and maybe Manager Towery can answer this question, if we approve 3 police officers, but it becomes apparent that what he really needed was 2 police officers and staff support, say. Is there anything that prevents the chief from making a different hire than what we have stated, or are we just allocating dollars based on those amount for him to be able to best allocate going forward?
I mean, we typically authorize FTE by job class. I don't think we actually eliminated the FTE authority in this proposed budget. So the vacant FTEs are authorized but not paid for. And so if you were to authorize another $521,000 of personal services and associated equipment, I think the chief would have the ability to hire 2 patrol officers and 1 support staff, or sort of mix and match, if you will. That'd be something we'd work through and keep the council informed of if that was an approach that the chief wanted to pursue.
So, in light of that response, I'd like to make a friendly amendment offer that we, rather than dictating that we're bringing back 3, maybe dictating is too harsh of a word, rather than defining, there we go, that's a better word, that we're bringing back 3 police officers, we instead define that we're bringing back the pay equivalent of 3 patrol officers to be used at the discretion of the chief. Would the first and second be amenable to that friendly amendment?
I would.
Okay. Did I do that right?
I think that amounts to a motion for an amendment, so you'll need a second and a roll call, but yes, I think that that was clear enough.
Okay.
I second.
Last thing I would like to say is this doesn't go far enough for me. I want them all back. But this is what's on the table for a vote, and so I will continue with this process the way it's set forth. Thank you.
So I need to announce that this amendment was proposed and seconded, and then open the discussion for that.
That's correct.
Okay. So Counselor Chenoweth made a motion that we add 3 positions in the police for the amount of $521,100. And
Sorry, to be clear, that is an amendment to the motion on the table.
oh, it's not a okay.
It is not unique. It is an amendment to the mayor's motion.
So how would you like me to phrase it?
Exactly how you did, except note that it's an amendment to the motion on the table.
As stated, it's an amendment to the motion on the table by Mayor Morris, and that amendment was seconded by Committee Member Bolden. Now we will discuss that, and it is Counselor Payne who is first in line.
On off. Thank you. I just wanted to offer a little bit of, well, I don't want to offer clarity. Chief Wood, maybe I could just ask you, put you in the hot seat where you already are, I suppose, is giving us some insight into what a proactive policing staff would look like versus just responding to calls. So if we had, 3 patrol officers on shift and their job was purely to write tickets, pull people over, and really truly proactively enforce safety, and then, 2 or 3 others on shift responding to calls.
Counselor Payne, is this related to the discussion of the motion?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So it goes to the funding.
Okay.
So it would, answers potentially would impact somebody's vote.
Okay, great. Perfect.
So to my question, so with the 3 back on, you'd be at what, 45, 44? Okay, so what does a proactive policing number look like?
That would put me at 40.
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry. That's not right. It would be 41.
Okay, so at 41, how many staff would there be? All encompassing, everybody, investigators, captains, corporals, all that, under, would you be looking at 50, 60?
That would be 41 total sworn law enforcement officers from myself through patrol.
But what would you need to proactively police? Not what we're approving to budget. I'm asking you
Yes.
to reasonably dream what a city our size, with the issues we have. At one point, I was told a number like 58.
to answer your question, I would have to know a little bit more information about what the desires of the community would be. I can answer it from what my perspective of what I think an acceptable or an optimal level of proactive policing time is.
Let me say this, to go from 8-hour shifts, to go from 12-hour shifts to 8-hour shifts. Let's go with that.
I'm sorry, one more time, to go from,
12-hour shifts to 8-hour shifts.
oh, I don't know how to answer that. Let me see if I can give you an answer that you find acceptable. So, ideally, I would like my staff to have half of an hour dedicated to proactive policing time. So 30 minutes of every hour would be directed towards responding to calls for service from the community. The other half of that hour would be out there performing proactive policing activities, whether that's traffic enforcement, whether that's other various community policing initiatives, whether that's proactively investigating and enforcing criminal incidents. I would like to see half of their time be dedicated and available to those proactive policing activities. I think that 30-minute to 40-minute, but probably closer to the 30-minute is what I would consider ideal. I would need some time and a notepad and a calculator and a few cups of coffee and to do some algebra.
Not at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes, and to come up with the number that you're seeking, and it would require data that I just don't have in front of me. So I apologize to
You're 5
that
months in,
answer.
you're fine.
Can I just add a little bit more context to that, just to bail out the guy who's only been here 4 months? Recognize, the caveat to this is that things have changed in the community since 5 years ago, right? But when we had our existing authorized FTE mostly full, we were doing proactive policing. Whether that's the kind of proactive policing the community wants and needs now is something for Cord and his team to evaluate. But before we spiked to 9 vacancies, we had several proactive policing programs in place. That doesn't mean that simply filling the existing vacancies would allow that same capacity, because other things have changed as well.
I guess the point that I was trying to get to is, in an even less than perfect world, our staffing, the PD staffing level is at or above 50 staff, rather than assuming that the vacancy of 4 is the limit to what McMinnville can get or what McMinnville deserves. We have employed more and we've adjusted staffing levels according to the budget accommodations while adapting to the challenges of the city. So I don't want the assumption to be that there is 4 vacancies. I want the assumption to be that there's closer to a realistic number, like 10 or 15 vacancies that would make adequately policing McMinnville possible. So I think that's all my questions.
You are correct in your assumption. With more FTE, I have more ability to do proactive police work and not be completely responsive to calls for service.
But you have to triage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding where we are budget-wise and it relates to the money then. Am I understanding correctly that through the planning department, we kind of got back, as it were, $100,000 that they're not going to use, as well as $61,000, so that's 161. And then, am I reading it right that this payment in lieu of tax, 150, was not in this budget book, but is now on the table?
That's on the table. It hasn't been acted on yet. We'd recommend that you do that.
So those numbers together is just over 300,000, and then we took away another 12,000 already with a correction to the YCAP amount. So there's YCOM, sorry. You're right, that would be terrible. So it's about 300,000 that is not reflected here, that we have back in our minds now.
I think that's about right.
Okay, that helps me, thank you.
And then, so that you understand what's at the top here, I've added, this is how much you could still use to be at 1.5 months. And this is how much you're over to be at 2 months on your reserve. So that's what these numbers mean. If you're going for a 1.5 month reserve, you could still add $1 million plus the effect on the reserve, and come within 1.5 months. But you're already over the 2 month reserve. You're in the hole by 97,000. Does that make sense?
Counselor Tukolsky, Counselor Tukolsky?
Sorry, it's been a while since I had a question. Let me pull up the numbers again. Sorry, you caught me off guard. Was the proposal is for basically a dollar value equating to those 3 positions, not those 3 positions, but we still don't have support staff.
So it could be support staff if that is what the police chief,
And it could be an SRO, could be.
I guess we left it as his discretion.
The amendment to the motion is 3 positions at the discretion of the chief, with an appropriation of a 421,000, which would allow 3 patrol positions. Those are the most expensive positions. Yeah.
Okay.
My question was for Director Henry at this point. If we have those added staff, how much court staff do we need to add in order to support that as well? And what is that value?
So in order to bring the court really up to where we're at, we have the 0.4 FTE to bring the current individual who's at 0.6 FTE to a full-time FTE. That would just be to kind of get their heads above water. Then we have 1 full FTE. If we add 3 positions, we would need to add back in that full FTE. So really we have 1.4 FTE that court would like to have in order to be able to actually respond to cases and start making some headway with the backlog that we have.
So I guess that goes to where my question was at. Or how do we add that to the amendment?
That would have to be a later one. We're in the middle of the police
Okay.
amendment right now for these
Okay,
3
so
positions.
We'll keep those separate, okay.
Any further discussion? Oh, Counselor Cunningham?
I'm just wondering, would it be possible to do a straw poll even of going to the 1.5 versus the 2 months? Then that way we know we have that money that we as a committee are going for?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm actually going to suggest you've got 2 motions on the table.
Okay.
You've got an amending
Okay.
motion and you've got a motion. I think you need to deal with those.
Okay, thank you.
One way or the other.
All right. We have 2 because we have the original and then the
You
amendment.
have an amendment to the motion, which you have to deal with first.
Okay.
And then if that passes, then you've got a new motion to deal with. If it doesn't pass, you've got the original motion to deal with.
Right. Are we done with the discussion of the amendment of the motion? Let's do a roll call for the amendment of the motion.
And I want to, I had seconded by Counselor Payne, but I think you mentioned it was committee member, so it is?
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
it was Committee Member Bolden.
Could someone remind us what we're voting on?
Yeah, that'd be great. Restate the amended.
This is the amendment for $521,100 to fund 3 positions at the discretion of the chief.
And that's it?
That's the amendment, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Committee member Bolt.
Wait, just 1 second. I'm a little confused, sorry. The only reason I'm saying that is because I didn't hear you say specifically 3 FTE. I heard you say the 521 At the discretion of the sheriff, at
Yeah.
the discretion of the chief.
Basically, the amendment is to make it discretionary rather than to force it to be in the category that we want it in. That was basically the intent of the amendment.
If I may clarify, or try to clarify, as we've talked all around it, I think the amendment is, rather than explicitly stating 3 positions, we are talking about the monetary equivalent of those 3 positions. And that change is what the amendment proposes.
So it could technically end up being more than 3 positions if they still add up to the monetary amount. Okay.
Just one follow-up to that, sorry. Quick follow-up, Mr. Towery?
Can you speak a little bit?
Sorry.
Thank you.
So if I understand the budget pieces, then these positions that he could potentially fund would still remain as FTE in the budget, just unfunded, and then he can decide what positions he would fund. Is that accurate?
Yes, all of the vacant unfunded positions are still authorized, so you don't actually have to authorize new FTE. You just have to authorize the money to fill positions. Does that get to your question?
Oh, that's fine. I think we are ready for a roll call.
Okay. Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Abstain.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
No.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Committee Member, Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Mayor Morris?
Aye.
And Chair Maxfield?
Aye.
The motion passes by a vote of
The amendment.
10 ayes, or the amendment passes with a vote of 10 ayes, 1 abstain, and 2, and 1 nay.
All right, now can we have a roll call for yes, Counselor?
I'd still, because it will make a major decision for me here, is because if we're looking at the 1.5 months versus the 2 months is a drastic change. So if we're looking at 1.5, then there is money in the budget. If we're looking at 2 months, there is not money in the budget.
Correct.
So it will drastically change my direction that I'm going here, because ultimately, if we fund the 521 and it doesn't get used, it will go back into the general fund anyways. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but what I don't want to do is say that we're going to vote for the 521, but stick with the 2 months, and then we're then cutting somewhere else.
Yes, Committee Member Watney?
I agree with the analysis that we were just discussing. And the reason I voted no was because this is really playing with the reserve budget, or the reserves. The reality is, these are, once again, we would love to fill them. But I do believe all of this running around can be dealt with on a supplemental budget later in the year when they're found. All of a sudden, we got 5 people that want to come to work. Come back, let's do a supplemental budget. We'll take the money out of the 1.5 versus 2 months, and you get your positions, and nothing else happens. It just fits. We're doing a lot of work here to come up with something that may or may not happen and will affect the rest of the budget. If we say something along those lines, and I'm not sure we can do that, but it's something that I would like to investigate.
I hear you, but we have a motion on the table, so we're going to do a roll call. And if you would like to make a motion about the reserves after, that is fine. But I do think we need to move with this motion.
That can be true, and you can certainly do that. You could also set the motion on the table to take it up later if you feel like you need to deal with something else first.
Okay, yes?
If we, to table a motion would require a vote of the body, a motion and a second and a vote of the body in order to table.
That's correct. That's what I was indicating, yes.
Okay. And then I would like to clarify a question to Jeff. Well, maybe not to Jeff, actually, to Cord. Chief Wood, sorry. I'm terrible because I prefer first names, and sorry.
I've been called worse.
The idea that we could somehow discover later that there's somebody who wants to work here if we're not actually actively recruiting because we've authorized the slots through funding mechanisms, is that a realistic possibility?
The likelihood that I would lose a candidate to another agency because of the competitive nature of the job market in law enforcement right now while I waited for a supplemental budget would be pretty high, that I would lose that candidate to another law enforcement.
Thank you.
Committee member Ernst has her hand.
Oh, Committee Member Ernst.
Hi, thank you. So similar to what Councilor Cunningham was saying, it seems a little bit premature to me to be voting on this right now. We have so much left of the budget to go through. So I think there's a lot of merit in this proposal, but I think there's unanswered questions about how we're going to pay for it and what else is going to be reduced to cover it. And I think we should have all of those discussions before we decide on this. That's just where I'm feeling at with it. I don't know if that's an option at all, but that's where my head's at.
Yes, Committee Member Bolden.
I'd like to make a motion to table this motion. I would like it tabled, but I would like it added to the list as a potential vote or motion item.
Second.
Committee Member Bolden has made a motion to table this motion, but leave it as a potential item, and Committee Member Watney has seconded. Do we have a discussion?
Yeah.
Councilor Chenoweth.
You're doing a great job. So I would just like to say, I don't think it makes a difference which way we do it. Either we cut first or we add later, or we add first or we cut later. At the end of the day, we need to get it to work. So, you know, the arguing over which order we do it in, to me, doesn't really matter. We have a pretty good, strong vote that's already taken place to this point that's indicated loudly that the majority of this group of people are interested in bringing these 3 positions back online. Delaying and continuing to arguing over nits and gnats is just going to make sure that we spend a way more time doing this than we absolutely need to. And so I would encourage us to kill this motion, vote on the original motion, and yes, we do need to figure out a way to pay for it. I think that's all accepted. I think we all know that. So thanks.
Is there any other discussion? Oh, sorry, Victoria. Our Committee Member Ernst?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that the last vote that we took was just a voting on the amendment. So that doesn't actually necessarily mean that everyone that voted for the amendment would have voted for it as its own motion. Does that make sense? Because I personally, I just have a lot of unanswered questions about where the money's going to come from. So I don't know where I am on the vote, but I liked the flexibility that the amendment offered to the chief, so that's why I voted yes on the amendment portion.
Mayor Morris?
So even if we vote to put the 3 positions there, if for some reason down the road, we realize that we can't do that, we can always change it as well. Make a motion to make a change before we propose the budget. Correct? Yes, no?
That's correct.
Well, ultimately, you need to adopt a budget.
Right, but I mean, we still have a ways to go.
And
but we can
it's
adjust.
always great to know if there's, if you're planning to keep it balanced with the other standards in place, or whether you need to tell us, are we spending down the reserve? Are we limiting capital? Are we raising revenue? Are we making other reductions? I mean, we still need to get that
Right, and we
balanced
have a
budget.
ways,
So
we have a ways
so
to go.
there's work to do, for sure.
Yep, absolutely, but I feel very strongly that this is high priority.
All right, so a roll call to table the motion. I forgot who made, do I need to say who made the motion, or?
I believe you already stated it.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
Once again, what are we voting on?
we're voting on tabling the motion,
What is the motion?
and the motion is whether we will bring back the $521,100 from the police department reductions.
Got it.
Committee Member Bolden?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Nay.
Committee Member Watney?
Aye.
Counselor Payne?
Nay.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Nay.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Nay.
Counselor Geary?
Nay.
Council President Peralta?
What's the vote currently?
You dog.
4 to 5. Can't do that.
It's dead.
Uh, 4 ayes and 5 nays.
And there's 12 of us here?
We need 8.
Aye.
Mayor Morris?
Nay.
And Chair Maxfield?
Nay. I think we're tied. I don't think it's.
The motion fails by a vote of 7 nays and 5 ayes.
So now we will vote on the motion of the $521,100 at the discretion of the chief. Adding that back to the police department, correct?
No, I think it's for the 3 FTEs.
It's the monetary equivalent as it was amended.
Okay. Committee Member Bolden?
Aye, but I just want to say this was my first year, so that's the reason I asked to table.
You're good. You're doing great. We've all never done this.
Counselor Cunningham?
Nay.
Committee Member Ernst?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Committee Member Watney?
No.
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Aye.
Counselor Geary? Whoops.
Ooh, beauty first. You want me, or?
Yeah.
Okay, aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Morris,
Yes.
Chair Maxfield.
Aye.
Okay, can I move that we go ahead and accept the available for 1.5 months?
Needs to announce the result.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
The motion passes with 10 ayes and 2 nays.
Council President Peralta would like to make a comment first.
Thank you. I would like to make the observation that if Chief Wood adds all 3 of those positions to sworn officer positions, then on the list of comparable cities that I see, McMinnville, Oregon City, Albany, Newburgh, Woodburn, Redmond, Kaiser, and Happy Valley, and I didn't have time to do the others, we would have the highest police sworn officer staffing level, 1 per 782 residents out of any of those cities. And I would observe that part of the reason why, whether you're talking about police staffing levels or parks, maintenance staffing levels, or any other level of staffing, when we're talking about the state of Oregon relative to national standards, and Chris will maybe back me up on this, part of the reason why we have lower staffing levels in general is the cost of Tier 1 public service, eating up 25% of our overall money spent on staffing. So while this may be below national standards for staffing levels, it seems like, at least in terms of our comparables, where right now, if this holds through and nobody else added to their staffing levels this year, then we would be really at the top of that grouping. So,
Councilor Chenoweth?
I'm going to violate the rule I just remind us that we're supposed to follow, but I have to ask Sal a direct question. That you just provided, how many of those are county seats? I think that's one of the, I think maybe one was in the list that I heard. And that's one of the big differences is as a county seat, we end up with more crime per capita than you would if you weren't a county seat. And I could go through all the details as to why that is, but that is statistically accurate.
Councilor Cunningham?
Okay, can I move that we as a committee adopt the 1.5 months standard of reserves?
second.
Councilor Cunningham has moved that we adopt the 1.5 months of reserved, and it has been seconded by Councilor President Peralta. Is there any discussion? Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
Do we have to do one or the other? Like, can we shoot for a middle ground? Or is that a weird question?
That's a great question.
So we could have a minimum, but could we shoot for something better than 1.5, but not to 2?
You can do whatever you want, but the motion was to accept 1.5.
Thanks, City Manager. Sorry.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Yeah, I'm going to be voting no on this, and the reason I'm going to vote no on this is not because I necessarily disagree that we should do this, but for the very question that you just asked, which is, as we build our budget, we're going to find out what we need to fill the hole. And as we deal with our priorities, we're going to understand better exactly the amount of money we need in order to meet the priorities that we have. That's one of the reasons I didn't want to kill the first motion is, let's get through our priorities, see where we're at, and then evaluate where we need to get that money from. And we all know in the back of our head, we've got about I've forgotten what it was, 1.2 million? That is a number that we're working with in our back of our head that we're going to, but putting it in stone at this juncture seems to me premature. So I'm going to be a no vote.
That convinces me. I'm willing to rescind the motion.
Can we do that?
I've never contemplated it. You can vote no on your own motion.
So we have to do a roll call.
Yeah.
It's already owned by the body. Once a motion has been made and second, it's owned by us, and so he can't rescind.
That's what, okay.
Was there a second?
There was a second, so it's owned by us.
That's right, we just want to do it again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do we need more discussion, or should we just go for a vote? No, no.
I mean, I guess
did
the
have a- I did have a thought.
only thing that I want to put out there as the discussion is the one of the sole reasons I voted, basically the sole reason that I voted no on that last one was because if we don't budget for it, we're having to cut somewhere else. And I don't want to be pushed, since we're going to be making many other choices, to be, at the end of the day, trying to find another $520,000 out of this budget. So that's it. That's why I'm trying to stick us within a target that allows us.
I understand your concerns. We should have done a straw poll, not a motion. I apologize. I should have jumped on that.
Chair Maxfield, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
So may I ask Director Henry a question?
Yes?
Director Henry, what is the least responsible, the lowest responsible reserve that we should be shooting for in your experience? Well, it's a terrible question, but yeah. I mean, she has more experience than we do.
The lowest responsible really is 2 months.
Okay, so we're no longer.
I will
responsible.
understand and back up 1.5 months, but I do not recommend it.
Yeah, you answered my question. Thank you.
Yes.
So in terms of the spending that I would contemplate, we're talking about 500,000 restoring police staffing. We're talking 350,000 if we were to restore fully parks maintenance. And then the parks bond is somewhere between 150 and 220,000. So that gets to $1 million pretty quickly, and that's fairly close to what the reserve amount was. So I felt fairly comfortable with the idea that we would spend most of the reserve amount. And then if we didn't spend all the reserve amount, it would just be a carry forward and essentially get added to the reserve anyway. So it doesn't really matter if we set the target of 1.5 and do a little bit better than the target, then that money just comes back into the budget and we don't have to take further action anyway.
Right. Committee Member Wani?
And I wanted to add that the main reason I voted no on that was nobody was going to stand up and say, we're going to take it out of the reserve, as opposed to we're going to take it out of parks. I will admit, I'm going at the budget process backwards, because revenue is revenue, period. Doesn't change. So if we're going to change anything, it's got to be the expenses. And the big pot is that 1.5 million that's sitting there. But until somebody says we're going to use that money, as opposed to we're going to take it from some other department, I totally support the police department. So I will come be a reserve for you someday, maybe even. But the reality is, I need to know where the money's coming from first before I can vote yes.
Any further discussion of the motion? No.
Committee Member Bolden?
Just for clarification, no means it kills it. I'm not in favor of the motion. Is that correct? Okay. No.
Councilor Cunningham? Committee Member Ernst?
Yes.
Councilor Tukolsky?
For clarity, is this the 1.5 reserve?
Yes.
Okay. Yay. Yeah.
Committee Member Watney?
No.
Councilor Payne?
Aye.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry?
No.
Councilor Chenoweth?
I really don't care either way. Let's go nay.
Councilor Geary?
Nay.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Mayor Morris?
Nay.
And Chair Maxfield?
Yes.
And the motion fails by a vote of 7 nays and 5 ayes.
All right. Do we have more discussion about the police department at this time? 10:10. I'll do a straw poll. Who's ready to go home? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought you were raising your hand too.
Comment?
I don't think I get a vote.
Yes, you have a comment?
My comment is I could stay here for another hour, but if we've got that many people that are, or even a couple of people that are tired and rummy and would not be making good decisions, then I would move also to a yes vote to allow us to come back with fresh minds.
Fair enough. All in favor of continuing? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think we have the majority. All right. There being no further business to come before the committee, I will now adjourn the Budget Committee meeting at...
Wait, one question for you. Is it possible, in lieu of this, and this may be a Claudia question, which you've gotten off the hook to question, so would it be possible to start our meeting tomorrow a little earlier?
I don't think we can change.
There's very strict regulations for advertising for these budget committee meetings, and to make it earlier would not be possible.
I will now adjourn the Budget Committee meeting at 10:11 p.m. The budget will reconvene on Thursday, May 22nd at 6 p.m.